Everything is broken. This is crazy. We'll go on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good Tuesday. It is Wednesday, apparently. We have some good news. We have some okay news, as always. I have things for fills, which are potentially nice. I don't know. I'm still working on this thing. It just doesn't really work as I want it to work. And we have a very specific topic that I want to talk about when it comes to creating the archive information within the designs that you're creating. So that's the topic of the day. We'll see when that happens. The designs for Yolka in light mode is still much better than the one in dark mode. So that's the thing that pisses me off. That doesn't work, and we need to work on that. But as mentioned, the preview map has been updated and sent to review, and Apple has allowed it to pass. So we now have a better version of the sync system in between the perfumes. It still has a bit of an issue, which is a me issue, because I'm a dumbass and I forgot to do something. I have left flag to true in the build that was sent, and that basically means that every time you launch the app, it does a full sync, which is not supposed to happen. But for now, it's working, so I'm gonna leave it here until I feel like tomorrow or something when I can just push a new version. But yeah, that's a bit of a weird thing. It's working, which is fine, but it's a bit of an annoyance for everyone to have like everything running in the background. Nonetheless, it's a full sync, meaning that the full sync is simply going through the local record and the CloudKit records, making sure that you don't have duplicates and making sure that you don't have missing things. And then, based on that, download and or upload the one that are missing in both sides. So it's not much, but that's some things. Fields, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I was exactly working on this, and it pissed me off. I'm trying to get the dark mode as good as it needs to be, but I don't want to have it too dark, and it was too dark earlier, but now it still doesn't work, so... Mm-hmm. The light mode is great. That is the situation. Everything in there is great. I have made some micro changes when it comes to things. Chris, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? Thank you for the water. So there are some stuff that I added. The create new channels and create new folders are now here. That makes sense. The right click also works to create the things directly, which is good. I think you saw that last time, but I'm not sure now. And then the thing that I worked on today have been the DMs, because I feel like this is a place where the design can be a bit different than the regular chats. So this is a bit better. It's a bit more DM-like, you know, thingy. And playing on the reactions to make them like kind of interesting without having to get the layout shift that happens on Discord. So that's the thing. This is Yolka. This is the app from Phil's that is just above you in the chat. That is basically an alternative to Discord in order to get something that is a bit more secure and privacy focused and so on. So that's the plan. The current design. The current thing that is on the web right now is a bit too Discord-y for my taste, and so I proposed to go into a different direction, something that was a bit more, I don't know, simplified, different, something that changed the landscape and basically stands out. So that's basically where I'm going. The other thing that I've done, which is pretty basic, but also not that basic, but also pretty basic, is the ability to get in and edit your message directly within. So this is still giving you some sort of a layout shift. I want to adjust where things are placed because the escape to cancel and enter to save could be placed in the padding without having layout shift, so that could be an option. But most importantly, I did the thing that I asked you to do on your side, which you now have, but I did it as well. So if we have a message here that we are typing at the bottom and so on, and you say, you know what, let me highlight this. The highlight section is going to be following you around, which is pretty cool. And then when you are defining what you want to have, you have the entire thing as mentioned. So that's going to kind of work. It doesn't, I mean, the hierarchy of the markdown is supposed to be in a very specific order, and right now I think I didn't do that in the proper order, so it makes sense. But yeah, it is an option. It's not necessarily working all the times, and then that fucking thing is not not placed where it needs to be. But then you can still edit the message and go back in and say, well, all of that is gonna not be here. However, within the edits, I don't have the selection. The selection section doesn't work here yet, so that's the teeny tiny thing that I want to change. But we still have the fact that it has been edited, and all that is pretty cool. It's working. It's good enough for me. But the thing that I'm working on, the thing that I'm trying to have is the fucking dark mode, because the dark mode is just shit. And yeah, I've done that as well, which is pretty. This is good. This is fine. This is okay. When you have like multiple people and you want to add them into a conversation, you can do that. And then when you don't know who it is, and you don't have them in your friends, you will just have the ability to just add them through the tag if you know the user ID type of thing. So this is not good, but not bad. So that's the thing that I was working on today, a tad, and then you just create the group chat and you have all the things, which is okay. Everything kind of works. What from here, I don't have the ability to remove people from the group chat. I don't have the ability to delete the group chat. I don't have the ability to do other things. So that's a lot of side activities that needs to happen. But yeah, I do like this, and also this is fucking absolutely broken when the first message is the Orca admin system based message to like first item within. It then gets replaced by your message when you are sending it in, because it contains and understand that, you know, it's just it just knows like this is a system thing. It doesn't need to stay there, so we can remove it, and that's what's happening. And therefore it's kind of weird when you're looking at it happens in real time, so that I'm always kind of weirded out by that. But nonetheless, it's the same thing. It works. Having that rendering is pretty good, and having that change is pretty good. So that's mostly what I've done. Other than that, yeah. Yeah, I think that could be a pretty good thing. So far we don't have much. Yeah, I got that. So far we don't have much that I can really send you, like not yet. I feel like if you tried to implement this directly, you probably will have some issues in some spacings and some system definition. So that's why I kind of want to have the dark mode set up to be properly set up first before I can send you everything code wise, because yeah. And then the model are not really becoming that good. Chris, that's the issue. And yes, 100%. This is made truly within within Cursor. I'm basically using my last month of credits, and then I either cancel or I don't know, we'll see. But the thing that I want to talk about today, specifically when it comes to uh, theming of content, because that is the thing. We have a ton of discussion about creating light mode and dark mode system. So it makes sense if we use something like Tailwind as a base, and I'm gonna use their neutral because the neutral is okay. And let's do no spacing because why not? And let's do tiles because tiles is going to be good. Cool. So the current system um, that everything is doing is saying, well, the most important thing is going to be this, and then you have something that is in the background, like underneath the main content. So you're going to go with the 200, and maybe you have like a sidebar of some sort, and you go in the 400. Like that's the usual behavior. So you are in terms of elevation, you will have, if I'm creating like the where things are placed, you will have something that is here, something that is here, and something that is somewhere around here. So if you look from on the DOM, if you look at the side cut of the content, everything that is the further down in the array is gonna be that. The thing is, when you are switching modes, you end up with something that simply swap the order of stuff. So most people and most behavior are just doing this instead. When they are switching themes. Like that's usually what I'm seeing, which is, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not great either. Um, So that means that everyone that has created something like this in the first place will then end up with the absolute opposite, meaning that everything that was supposed to be the lightest is now the darkest. And so you can see how the background is becoming lighter and lighter and being more visible than the rest. That's the main issue that I'm seeing most of the times. What needs to happen in terms of sliding scales is you have something that is basically up onto, I guess, the 500. Well, I will say that that's going to be pretty good. Um, that's your light mode scale. And when you want to move into dark mode, you need to just slide your scale to where things are supposed to be. So usually you don't go full 950 and you don't have like that much overlap. Like you don't have the 500 as an overlap for the things, but that's usually what you want to do. You want to ensure that the 4 to 6 roughly right here are just sliding scales, meaning that anything that was in 400 is now in 950, everything that was in 200 is now in 800, and everything that was in 100 or 50 is going to be in 600, so that you have the hierarchy of information with everything that is the closer to the user in terms of DOM, which is right here, is going to be the lightest part of the UI every time. So closer to you, because you as the user are the person or the thing that is emitting light and is shining light on the device, and therefore the perception is you going from above. So that's the whole material design thing that came in 2008. So 2010. But yeah, you get the idea. So right now we are doing the flip, which is what most people are doing, and that's a bit of a mistake. So what I'm trying to achieve here is a sliding scale. But the thing is, because of the amount of tokens that we have in this whole thing, it has a bit of an understanding. Like, it's not much, to be honest, but it has a bit of a mistaken reading because everything looks really similar, and therefore it's just like, well, I don't know if I can do that. So that's the thing that I'm trying to get to work, but it just doesn't fucking work. So I've been fighting with that theme for 2 days, and it still doesn't work because most of the time it's going to be a tad too light or a tad too dark, and I can't find a middle ground. The current version that I have here is a bit better, um, but I fear that this is not dark mode enough for most people that are using dark modes. So that's also one of the other things. Um, if you look at shit like Twitter, for example, they have in their theming capabilities, they say something along the line of dark theme or I think it's in there. um, yeah, lights out. I think is the different switch if you want to go in like I mean I on the phone it used to have like a darker version of the dark mode, so that's just a thing, and this one is very very dark. So I don't know. And then again, looking at what Discord is doing, we have a very dark interface. So coming up with something that looks like this, it's a bit muddy. I don't like that. And so far, I don't know if I want to go pure dark, which is an option. Um, but it also will not really work as well as I want it to work. Um, but it could. I don't know. So I've been fighting with that. I have been fighting with that the whole time, and it just doesn't compute in my head. It doesn't compute in cursor. It has a very very hard time. I had to stop it like 3 times because of the amount of circling that it was doing. Everything that is in there is just like, let me look at this. Oh wait, actually, but wait, let me look at this. But wait, oh actually, and it's just like, figure it out. So that is what's happening. So, Chris, to answer your question, which wasn't really a question, the models are not that good. Or different take, potential, yes. Brain is saying things that are pretty true. Um, maybe I'm getting better. Nah, nah, that's not the case. The models are not really getting better that much, specifically for tasks that are like supposed to be easy. I feel like it's getting better when you have the ability to access the model itself. This is gonna sound so weird if you don't understand what I'm talking about, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna explain. So, what I'm noticing right now, and I talked about that last time, Cursor specifically is always on the fight with the providers because they are one of the places where you can use Anthropic, OpenAI, other models for your activities. And OpenAI is fine with that, but Anthropic is not. And some of the other Chinese models have some issues with it, but also not really. So it really depends on which one they have like a contract with. Nonetheless, this is an option. And so they also know that the inference, or what is called the inference, the usage that you have out of the model itself, if you are using Claude directly, as in the website and or the app, or using the exact same model within Cursor, you don't have the same amount of output potential, meaning that your regular message in Claude Code, for example, is going to go through and output, I don't know, something like 5K tokens, and you'd be good. And then in Cursor, if you do the exact same thing, you end up at 5K tokens, but you are already at like half of your limit for the day if you have a daily limit or something. That's a bit of a pain in the ass. What? I've noticed that for the past few weeks, Cursor has been slower than usual, specifically for Claude models, and taking a lot more time when it comes to the reasoning. So it stays in reasoning for longer, mainly because they have changed their system to not be a request-based pricing, but a token usage-based pricing. So if the model is reasoning for longer, you pay more per request. It makes sense, but I have a feeling, and I have no proof of that, but I have a feeling that in their system prompt that they have at a system level of Cursor, it basically implicitly says, please take longer. Like, explain your reasoning, reason for longer, take your time, figure out the issue so that the output is better, but also so that the task and or the inference that is used by the user is also higher. So if you're using Cursor directly, you are going to get something that is potentially better because there is more reasoning, but you're going to pay more because you have more reasoning. Whereas on Claude directly, they can do the exact same thing, like reason for longer, take more time, and so on. But because Claude give you a lot more free tokens on the side, because you're using their own interface and so on, they prefer that, obviously. So with that in mind, it's just like it's easier for them to just provide a better experience overall. So there are these two things that are currently happening that piss me off, meaning that in Cursor directly, the models are less good. And this is also something going back to the discussion we had on Monday, which is because right now Composer 2 is their new models, their in-house models that they have created. They want you to use this instead of the others. This is something that is running on their machines, on their servers, on their infrastructure, in which case they have all the hands and all the settings and all the setups that they want to do, in which case they can provide a lot more free tokens and free usage. Not entirely, but kinda, because they own the infrastructure and the things. So that is also one of the reasons why I'm saying they are kind of nerfing the others models until the user is using Composer 2, and Composer 2 being used or being Kimi-K 2.5 as a base, then they're still then used through Claude, potentially a reason. But yeah, that's the thing. So the models are better overall, but only better if you're using their initial creator systems, meaning Kimi code for Kimi K2 is going to be much better than the rest. The Claude code and Claude app is going to be much better than the rest, Claude CLI as well. Cursor with Composer is going to be much better, and anti-gravity is going to be much better with the Google models. You get the idea. So all of that is the beginning of all the all the IDs, all the AI labs right now to just dunk on each other to make sure that they retain the users because they have more or less a better experience from a user point of view, and potentially get most people either go all in on one side or go all in on every side, paying like $20 a month in 10 labs. So they pay $200 a month, but they have access to everything as a native inference cost. Or they just go into like the $200 a month in Codex or in Anthropic and in whatever and get the single model options. What is currently happening for my side of things, I'm going deeper in local stuff. So I'm doing my best to find like a model that can run on my machine on its own without having to use like a cloud model. The thing is, this machine is old and not optimized for any of this, and it needs to get an update. But because I'm not paid right now, I am not. This is not a great thing. This is not a great place to be. So yeah, right now I'm very much deep in the LM Studios and Void as a combination to basically use Void through or with a locally running LLM to see if it works. It is not something that I can do on stream, which is really sad. But if I do that, you will see me as a slideshow, which is already happens from time to time. So that is not gonna happen. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. So, nonetheless, that is where we currently are. Um, as I mentioned, I ceased things like these paddings that piss me off. The fact that this is equal top and bottom, but then this one isn't. The fact that the selector here, if you look closely, the edge of the currently selected um, server is cropped because there is an overflow hidden, obviously, on this thing. And the reason for that overflow hidden is because if we have more than if we have more servers, right, they have a bit of a fade on the edge so that you have that nice transition. And on this side, it needs to happen as well. But it just cropped too much, and it's kind of sad. Like it's working at 1 pixel. It's fine, but yeah, that's the reason. I tried to fix that earlier, couldn't. It's always the same issue. And then theme-wise, I noticed that the accent color is green for everything, which is fine, but it should switch. All of these things should switch to the server theme. So if the server itself has said, well, I'm kind of using the indigo / purple thing, then every accent color within this thing should be the indigo theme. So theme ability, dark mode and light mode, and some spacing issues need to be fixed before I can send you anything. And then the last thing is, I don't like, in the settings there is so much that needs to be changed because none of that is working. Not that you care, but nonetheless, I feel like there is a need for this whole thing to be a bit more ban aligned. I know, no biases in this, absolutely not. But something like this would make a lot more sense to me, to show you like the settings and the things directly as a model rather than having it as a full page. The only thing that I kind of needed as a full page was this one, but even this one makes not a lot of sense. So yeah, yeah, this is absolutely broken. God damn. That's so sad. No, 17 clicks on Perfume. Perfume is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So yeah, small details, small theming issues here and there to make it better before I can send it to you. And I'm still not convinced though. I know. I know. I'm working on it so much for something that I'm not convinced by in terms of navigation system. I don't know yet if this is truly what needs to happen or not. It might be, but it might not. It might not. So we'll see. I'll figure it out at some point. But the most important thing for me right now is the the light theme, dark theme switch, I really want the hierarchy of information to be better. So you can see that, for example, here, the composer, the input field at the bottom, is the lightest thing at the same level of hierarchy as the currently selected servers. These two are the most important thing. The next thing is going to be the main content with that kind of transparent white. And then on top of that, we still have these that are a bit lighter because we have things to do. And then when we open the menu itself is lighter than the menu itself, but it's still not pure white compared to the input. So all of that is hierarchy of information that needs to be taken into consideration when we are thinking about the system. And then when you switch that from light mode to dark mode, it just... This is not as light as it needs to be. This is darker than the rest, so this is wrong. The content is lighter than what it was, but it's not... Like, it's still black-based. This is weird. But if we go into what I posted about yesterday, Figma has finally announced that if you have Cloud Code, whatever, something, codecs for here, you can now use Figma, having something that says use Figma to generate design directly within your Figma file. That's pretty cool. It's the same thing that Pencil is doing. And so once you have that, you can, play stuff and then make sure that the system understand that, oh yeah, something happened in Figma, so let me just update the content within the code. So they are in both direction, which is good. So right now, what I'm potentially gonna do, I don't know, because it's so broken, is potentially take this and export it within Figma in light mode, so that we have something that we can play with to see how the dark mode is going to work and behave. But I have a lot of doubts in the ability of Cloud Code to be able to do that within my limits. So we'll see. We'll see, but I think we're gonna do that. It might work, it might not work. I don't really know. I don't really care, but it is something that needs to happen nonetheless. And what I do know, though, is that Cloud Code is a bitch. That's it. That's it. For some reason, it just doesn't want to connect. It just doesn't want to... Specifically with the implementation that I've made, the understanding of Cloud, like here, I forgot if you can start with the message, because I never used the terminal for that. It doesn't matter. You can't, right? Yeah. I feel like I just need to launch Cloud right there, and then how do I still do that? I'm gonna switch to light mode as a system wide thing, so that it just bought this. Fuck off. I've made that like 16 times already. Anyways, um, Stony, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Yeah, I mean, the fucking Cloud Code, um, disconnected me again. Uh, but we'll see. We'll see. Congrats on 270. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is, that is crazy. Um, oh, probably gonna have to do that as well. Do I need the exclamation mark? I guess, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't work. Uh, oh. I feel like I've done that 6 times already. Let's try again. Let's try again. Maybe it works. So the reason why I'm doing this, and for the people that just arrived, Figma has just announced that now we have the ability to use. Am I doing that in the new window instead of doing it in the old window? No. Figma now has the ability to run stuff inside of or through Codex and Cloud Code, so it can just be used with stuff. So that's gonna be so bad. But yeah, I've seen this many times, and then now you have the sent to Figma, meaning that in my Figma content, supposedly I am supposed to see this, which is good. It's just broken, but you know, whatever. We have something, which is all we needed. Now, I want this thing to do the exact same thing a second time. So we'll see if it works. I have so much doubt. I want to see if it works to extract the dark mode now. It doesn't. God damn it. I'll see. Maybe that works. Fuck me. It does. Ah. Okay, cool. Things are broken though, but that's a start. Let me get the local host design port first of its name, I'm guessing, is the one that I need. So I can get that out of the way, clean these, because that's trash. All right, cool. As something, again, going back to what I said before, as something that is now available and that you can easily transfer something that is in the something that is in code directly inside of Figma, this is a really useful thing. The only thing that is pissing me off is the fact that it only works if it is an HTML file, basically. Anything other than that is gonna be broken and not really be good, mainly because it doesn't really understand the relationship in between elements and so on. So that is what we currently have. The thing that I do like about it is that we still have, or we do have, a proper setup. So it contains the proper automation, the proper auto layout, the proper paddings, the proper things that you have put in place. So if you had like a container that was a very specific size, then it will go through. The only thing that is kind of weird is that these icons, for example, are going to be the SVG icons exports instead of anything else. So that's a bit of a weird thing, but it's okay. Based on that, though, we know that the overall behavior, and I don't know if that background is going to be an image or something else. It is not. I'm impressed by that. So let me just explain why I'm impressed. The theming section that we have is a set of 3 orbs that can be placed wherever the fuck we want. And so once that is set up, meaning that if I move something at the bottom, it's going to highlight like different corners and so on. This has been ported as a set of 3 orbs in different places. I'm pretty impressed by that. Like, you have the starting point, which is right here for the third one, which is the biggest one, top, and then here, which they are like almost placed properly. So that's impressive. That is impressive. Can I do that? No. Can I do that? No. We don't really care. The only thing that I don't like is the fact that it had ported the thing into a new file, which we don't care, and we deleted, and it had everything is in a very tiny window instead of having the potentially proper rendering. So that's weird, but you know, it's fine. Overall, it's gonna make sense. So this thing is supposed to be flexible in fill and height, and that's the width, which would also be filling the container. Then this is supposed to be filling container as well. That main parent app container is gonna have 8 everywhere so that we have the proper alignment. So this is a bit of a mistake. This body thing is not necessary, so I can just get rid of that. I fear that if I do that, the MCP is going to have a bit of an issue. I might try, because it makes no sense to have that div right there in terms of construction settings. So my main container here is a container within a container. This is the usual thing. Cybersex, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I see. That's bad, but I get it. But that's bad. So that container right here is supposed to be filling container in both directions. And then from here we have our sidebar, which is fixed, at 240 for both, and this one, which is filling, which is good. All 3 are not filling in height, So that needs to be changed. And then with that in mind, if I'm not mistaken, I am, if I'm not mistaken, um, that app container should kind of work. Cool. So this is the ID. So I'm gonna have this be filling. So it's wherever, and now I should be able to. I said filling. I see. My bad. My bad. That's on me. That's on me for not using Figma for a long time. Cool. That's good. So my main container here, this one, and I mean specifically this, is not aligned properly. Oh my god, everything is broken inside of this. That's pretty cool. How fast did this go? How is it with it? That's probably the question. Oh, so the chat area here is supposed to not be this. It's supposed to be this. I see. I see. Much better here. Not much better there. This is the central container right there, which I don't like. This is the floating elements at the bottom, so that can be moved. This is supposed to be right here in the center line bottom section. I think 16 was what I had. This is my main container, which is wild as a double container because of the scroll view. That's the reason. It's fine though. We don't really care. This is supposed to be filling container in width and filling container. What did I say? Filling container in height. It goes there, and then we want to add some sort of a bottom padding at roughly, I would say 50 something. 58? Yeah. Do 56 because that makes sense. And it works. So yeah. I see. Why? You tell me. Why not use Clerk or WorkOS specifically for users to manage all of that? That's the first question, which basically you're using Superbase, so I'm guessing you're using Superbase Auth as well in the same tier. I would personally recommend against using Superbase just because I don't like some of their practices and some of their limitations, which I absolutely understand that, you know, when you're just starting, it seems to be pretty good. And if you're using Cursor is going to recommend Superbase by default, which makes sense. Alternatively, some things, but like, I mean, that's too late. You already have Superbase installed and set up and so on. But the Neon, not that. The Neon base thing is a bit of a potentially a tad better when it comes to what they can do. The pricing is again a bit better because it's basically cheaper, but it's also usage based, which I think is working better. Like the more you have, the more you pay, and it makes sense. It scales with you. But um, like that makes more sense. This thing as well is useful if you are someone that has like a ton of projects. So, you stay in the free tier for a longer time. If you just have one database, then it makes no sense. I get it. But yeah, Neon is a bit of a better things. At times easier to set. I mean, not easier to set up, but like similarly to set up and so on. So I don't mind. But obviously I am extremely biased on this one. But Convex is just better. Convex is just better. It depends 100% on what you want to do and what your app is doing, for sure. For sure. Um, but if you have something that has users and the data that the users are putting in the database needs to be accessed live, then Convex is a bit better. As mentioned, this is a convex database, meaning that if I make a change in my profile editor, then all of that is going to be reorganized automatically through Convex because it's live. And if your app is some sort of a chat app, something where messages can be sent and so on, everything is going to be live for everyone, meaning that if you have someone that gets in and say, oh yeah, I need to edit my text right here, that is a bit of the ID. Like it's the system. You are like, let me go back here. If I say, let me edit that message, and then I edit something and I save, on save, Convex is gonna just rehydrate, I guess that's the word, for everyone live. And this is based on their system and how they have put things in place. So you don't have to set up everything in order to do that message wise. And if I change that to not be a question mark at the end and I press enter, everyone else in that chat is going to see the change automatically. There is no need for anything else. So that's one of the reasons why I like Convex a bit better. But if you don't need anything that is live, then Convex is a bit overkill and it's not for you. In which case, Neon might be a bit of a better thing. Or, and that's a bit more dev of me to say, still not a dev, still not. But a self-hosted Postgres version is cheaper and better than a super-based thing. But also a bit more complex to figure out and put in place. I get it. I get it. In every cases, I understand. But yeah. Also, yes. That's the latest addition to the themes. I don't know if I like it. I don't mind it, but I don't like it that much for myself. I think I'm not gonna say that this is my favorite, but this is the most minimal version, and you have a bit of a preview, and you kind of know some of these icons, so that makes more sense. But then at the end of the day, this is a bit of a better visual rendering. I'm a bit biased on this one because I've been working on this with that theme for so long that I'm like, well, this is the thing that I've seen for roughly 2 months nonstop. So I get it. Like, it makes sense that my brain is like, yeah, I like this. But nonetheless, they are all pretty good. I'm not biased. But because I use my own profile as the presentation profile, then having it using like the latest themes, the most of the things that are feasible within ban makes a lot more sense. So I need to use that. kind of fun that the, the settings also get like the effect on hover, so you can just play with it and be distracted for hours. Nonetheless. So yeah, Convex is good for me for that thing because it's live content. Superbase is fine. You can self-host Superbase, but it's also like really, I mean, it's fine. The issue as well that I have with Superbase um, as a system is their pricing, where basically once you are past your second project, I think, you need to pay $25 a month. So just that is $250 a year at minimum that go into something that is not that good, and like the output there is just like not that nice. You basically, from my research, you can basically have a VPS for $5 a month that has the same amount of storage and shit. So cheaper, and you can self-host and have that set up properly. So that's yeah, it depends on you. I get it, but it's to be checked. And then they have other ties with other companies that I don't really fuck with. So, but that's more of a personal thing. So I don't want to give you some of my ethics on these. So don't worry about it. Um. Anyways, Kane, welcome on it. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? We just used the Figma MCP thingy, and it pulled this. I mean, kind of. It pulled the proper thing, and then I just played with it to have the right sizes and shit. But it impressive, impressive from nothing to arriving on this. I'm pretty fine with this. I'm pretty okay with this. The reason why we did this is because the light mode is good, the dark mode is shit, and therefore I need a way to switch and make sure that everything is working still. So my initial thought is simply get this to be black. That's weird. Let's get this to be black instead. And then probably, I'm guessing, probably dunking on the opacity and vibrancy of these elements. So I'm gonna just use 50% for the opacity on this to see if that does what I want it to do, which is fine for now. It's not the greatest, but it's fine. And then in here, I want to make sure that that element is going to remain at the top level of brightness. So this thing needs to go. Also, why is that not 6? This thing's. I don't know what you mean by playwright. I'm not sure about that. Going from code to Figma doesn't work on your side. That's interesting. That's sad. But I haven't tried the other way around, so I can't really say. I just did this. The message was very simple, which is just connect to the MCP that is running and use the use Figma skill basically to port the designers currently in the local host with the port in question. And then it went through, it added the script for the Figma MCP capture.js, which is their thing. And then from there, it just captured the entire thing, and that was basically done. So that's the thing. However, it generated a new file, and now I moved this thing to another place. So I feel like that's going to be a bit of an issue, but we'll see. That is Cloud Code, yes. Have a good coffee break, I guess. So, if I want this thing to be the brightest element on the page, this is probably going to be the case. On this thing, if I go into like darker element, I feel like I'm gonna want to go into very like 4%. To like still be lighter, but not be as light. So I'm gonna do that. Let's take this and go into my colors. Anything that is dark right here, I'm gonna be pure white. Anything that is also, all of these are kind of green. That's what I'm seeing right here. I'm currently just switching things to pure white so that edges go through and invert, which is fine. We have some issues in the icons. I'm gonna do the exact same thing here. Yeah, so for me, I had a bit of an issue earlier with the MCP connection. I had to re-log in to Claude, and I had to re-log in to Figma within Claude to have like their MCP things properly split. So that's the thing. Don't know if it changed anything for you, but yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing I had to do. Let me put that in pure white so that we have this, and then in there we're supposed to have like the icons and shit, and I'm gonna change that background to be somewhere along the line of lighter. But even if I do like a 12% right here, I'm still lighter overall. But with that fully transparent thing that I've done here, we end up with something that is not necessarily good for dark mode, but it's still, to my taste, better than what we have here. What I feel would be a better option is that these colors, which are currently way too bright, maybe 24% instead of 50%, might be a bit of a better thing, but it's still not as good. Potentially, if I get that's gonna be really bad. If I get a background blur effect that is, yeah, I can't get a background blur effect at 40%. I mean, at 40%, at 80 points. It's not gonna work. That is not going to work. Put that at 0% as well, so that everything within this section, everyone have like 0% transparency when it comes to this thing. And so that way I can have my main container, which is right here, and I can have this. I can have this container take the wheel when it comes to the dark mode. Even 4%, I feel like it's fine. It's just it's the distraction that is going to be a bit of an issue for me. Like, it's as if I was right here, instead of having this at 4%, I wanted to get like 35 at that level, basically, like something like 72%, 80% in opacity. Even like you basically want 88 and darker, but it's still it's still lighter than the background. Yeah, that's basically the thing. The current background is pure black, but with the orbs, you get that transition. And then by having that kind of more opaque, you end up with something that's similar than what we have here. I just fear that the transition between the two is not going to be as good because of the change in color scheme. So going from a white transparency to a black opaque is a weird shift, but it's not an unfeasible thing. So thinking about it, but that is better. The accent color in green is fine. That section right here needs to get the treatment of white as well so that we can see things. And then there's supposed to be like a bit of a divider on this, I think. There's not. This right here is supposed to be white for the highlight of what is currently selected. The same as this, which is fine. This is not centered. I mean, it is centered, but it's not centered. Why is it not? I don't know. I don't know. Also, why does it have a container? Sorry. Dang. Not good. Not good. And these things makes no sense. You see that? The fact that this icon is not centered inside of its bound is just... It's because it's not an icon. That's the reason. Yeah. That's the reason. Cool. I feel like the background's too dark. And too... Maybe that would work. I'm comparing with what we currently have. This is shit. No lies. That's shit. That's better. That's better. That is better. I fear, same as usual, I fear that this is, with the transparency thing that I just did, this is not going to work for how we want this to be behaving, even though we do have the proper gradient mask in on the edges. I think if we went with 35, which is my opposite, and then we put that at 88% transparency the same way so that it's still elevated compared to the previous one, makes a lot more sense. The background is not there. It's better though. That's the thing. I might go one level. So instead of having the true background at 0, I'd go 1B, so it's a tad lighter, not too much, but a tad lighter. And then my main container here, I might go 35, so it's a tad lighter. That might be a bit too much, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I can't really do a lot more than that. Let me see if I can just do that, which is not a good idea, but we never know. Current brain process is use the same value for everything and add a white overlay on top that you can just tweak the opacity so that you have the proper steps on things, or move to an HSL behavior so that you have the proper lightness value that you can tweak as well. I don't know about that. Um, but 1B is not a bad move. It is not a bad move. So if I use 80 on this, and then I use 80 on this as well, same transparency, but because it's compounding, then this one is looking darker. Then I'm gonna add 20% light overlay on top of that, and same here, and then bump that down to, I don't know, 4%, 6% maybe. And then on this, I want that to be 8%. But it is lighter. Nah. Something is wrong about it. There is not enough contrast in between the two. That is the current issue. And I can get that to 0 because it's already a bit lighter than the background, but that depends on the background itself. So that this can go down to 4, but even. I don't know. Cool, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? This is not working. Something about it is good. Something about it is wrong. And that's the issue. It's fine, but yeah. Same. That was me yesterday. Yesterday I had no willpower, no IDs, nothing came in. Like I was trying to work, and I was like, well, am I doing this? Or am I doing that? Or am I moving on to that direction? Am I working on this project? Am I doing this thing? And I was just in paralysis mode of, I have too much shit to do without doing anything. And so it just, I couldn't. It was a mess. Big ass mess. So. Other than that, we good. Other than that, we good. That thing looks so much better when it's pure black. And we get the proper hierarchy of information. And then because we have the orbs right there, there, and there, which are transparencing through the whole thing, then we end up with something that's pretty okay. Something is wrong there. That doesn't look right. It is right, but it doesn't look right, which is wild. But 20 doesn't look right. Watch, clicked right on the dark mode. Anyways. But the good thing is that because I can move fast and switch project really instantly, that's an option. The only issue that I have is when I'm doing a change somewhere and I forget that I already have changes that are pending approval from myself, like I need to test more, and I just think about something, do the changes, and then go back to that project to approve the thing that I've done because I forgot about them. If I need to revert, it will revert the additional thing that have been validated, or if I don't pay attention, I'm going to validate things that were not supposed to be validated. It's a pain in the ass. So, yeah. Other than that, it's fine. It's fine. I think this is better. The dark mode is dark enough or darker enough so that you'd be able to understand where things are, what you can do, what you can't do, and so on. I feel like this is good. Welcome back. The That's so wild. Why? Why is that centered like this? Oh my god, that looks like shit. I know why. I know why. I know why. I know why. Ugh. It's not centered, but it's centered, you know. The reason why everything is not centered aligned is because when you are moving from one line of text to two lines of text, you need your element to grow based on the bottom section. And so the anchor is supposed to be somewhere around here and floating at the bottom. So you end up with something that is a bit better centered and it grows. It's good. It looks like this. So it's not centered and that pissed me off, but then when you do that, it makes sense. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh my god. Yeah. That's true. That is true. Hmm. Hmm. The Figma MCP through Cloud Code has access to the skill, and I don't know if I have the skill in Cursor, which means that if I don't have the skills in Cursor, it will not be able to read the Figma file properly, or at least not as well. So, yeah. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. The alignments are debatable. That's basically where I am right now. That's so much better. That's so much better. In terms of alignment, we're pretty good with that. 6 all around makes a lot more sense. going back to what we said last time with Kane, specifically about these potentially being too tiny to recognize, I agree. I agree. It might be a better option for us to get this thing to be somewhere along the line of here and just stuck on the side, like either a 1 point or a 2 point right there, and get the space to be somewhere around here. So that, you know, readability and recognizability potentially, not against that. But it also feels kind of weird to have that much or that big of an element on the side. It has a lot of weight, so I don't know. But I do agree with the discussion we had. It could could be a reason right there. Let me put that. Sorry, put that at 100 for now. Let's see if we can have a medium instead of a regular, because that's roughly the same sizes in terms of width. This is supposed to be within, not there, which is something that I wanted to do anyways. So we'll see if that's no. Okay, this needs a component that will be for later. I have a feeling that my main container right here could benefit from that alignment right there with that maybe just a 4% highlight, so that it has a bit of a 4% is so much, goddamn. Let's just do 2%. 2%. So that it has a bit of a highlight at the top so that you see the separation, and because the gradient right now is not as strong in the corners, bottom corners, we have proper separation. But it's not best. It's not best. Do we have? We don't. Do we have here? We don't either. Okay, cool. So probably on my main container, I want to have a stroke that is probably going to be black, and it's probably going to be somewhere, somehow, as an overlay, and I'm going to need to make that like a 50-40%. Just the edge. Probably going to need the same thing here, but I don't know. That's gonna be a 4%, 6%. Edge right there. Just the separation with the background, and then for this one, I made it black for no reason. It should be white, and it should probably be the same thing at 6%. So it's just a highlight on the edge. Just need to make sure that it works all around. That's bad. I don't want to be as visible as this. Like, that's basically what it is. These dividers aren't good, but they are like very much visible. So just having a slight highlight could help to make the whole thing less visible. I also remember right this instant that I made this thing not the normal color. So that's the reason. That's why it was too transparent. Okay, cool. That's very similar though. But at least we have the separation with the edge. It might be too big, and something like a 0.5 could work. 0.5 is never a good idea. Does that make sense? Yes. Mm, maybe. Ah, yeah. I was about to say let's copy the frame name directly within the Canva, but we need the MCP link instead. So, um, the reason why I hate the MCP within Cursor is because of what is about to happen in about a second. Um, it's going to take the a screenshot, and then it's going to use the eyedropper to extract the colors instead of what needs to happen. So yeah, that's something that's not gonna work. Also, shadows are not great. That's true. I forgot about that. I use the regular light mode shadows. So that is not gonna be as visible as it needs to be. But yeah, same thing. Like that whole system within Cursor with the Figma MCP is really bad. The code to Figma MCP is a bit better because it can use Figma and use their thing that they called transport, which basically has the ability to go back and forth in between the two. But yeah. The main issue that I have with this is that the selection on here, the thing that I have selected is the only thing that is ported to the MCP, not the deep nested stuff. So because of that, we end up with something that is so different, I guess. And I'm almost certain that this is not gonna pan through properly. It's not. It is not. But yeah, nonetheless, going back to what Dennis said last week, I think on Friday or on Monday this week, I forgot. It doesn't really matter. Using Figma still to do some iterations right here was a bit easier than using the code directly. So goes back to the usual of maybe it's still useful to use Figma. I don't know. But yeah, that didn't. You see that's shit that just touched. I'm sorry. Um, I mean, sizing doesn't exist. Also, I am this close. Phils, I'm sorry about that. I am this close to use circular things everywhere. And to answer your question, no, this whole thing doesn't have Git. It's not a repo. It's just a folder on my computer. So, yeah, the revert is oh yeah, that doesn't work. Let me just revert here. That's the only way. Manbrave, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So, I know. Um, that's the wrong thing. I don't think I have that. Yeah, mm, I am. Might be easier to test inside of Figma directly instead of testing it out within this. But I don't think it's gonna work. That's the reason why I'm not making it or making the change. It's just I don't like the ID. Yeah. Um, I hear me out. Hear me out. I started this on Saturday midday, and I said I just need to see if the idea that we talked about on Friday was a good idea or not. You know, like uh, just to check. And and then I worked a bit more than expected on this thing. And it's been 3 days. So there's that, but also I mean, it's something that I can initialize a repo pretty easily. I think I have everything that needs to happen, and based on the fact that I can just say that, you know, and then like um, just add the git initialize things within that. That should work. So, eh, eh. It's yeah.
Jan
Hopefully
Lunge
that at
just resubscribed
some
for
point.
25 months. Good F asterisk 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 ing day.
What do you mean? What do you mean the good wasn't elongated, but the asterisk were? God damn. Welcome on in, Yan. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. How are you? How's the day going? I have found something, and my brain said you could use Heaper for this. So, congrats. Congrats. You're in my head now. That's it. That happens. The thing in question, because you know it will make sense to you, is um, a GitHub project that is called Hoarder, I think, that I starred. That is basically a self-hostable bookmarks navigation thing, and I thought maybe you would like to take a look at the code for no particular reason, you know, just checking. I don't know if it's good, I don't know if it's bad, but I just saw that and I was like, well, potentially someone will be interested in this. But yeah, also, I love this. This is great. This app is under a heavy development and is far from stable. Is a um, very good thing to say. I feel like Stony should add that somewhere. But yeah. I see how slow this shit is. It's crazy. See, for example, everything here was supposed to be properly made, That's not the case. So I'm just gonna revert. I'm just gonna revert to this point, and then just say good, and don't do anything about it. So that's neat. I feel like that's an okay thing. I know for a fact that if I wanted to properly get the Git system in place, the thing that I need to do is basically change that name to Yokum1, create a new Git by default, and then just port everything that is in there, and then I should be good. But yeah. The thing that I'm thinking about right now is the port of this through Cloud Code could be a good option, but I don't think I have anything in there. That's my issue. That's the issue. Because it's supposed to take from the Git folder and give me, where you at here. So from that path right here, we have everything. It's basically that. I need to do that in order to just go into that folder. And then frame in Figma is the expected dark mode. I don't like this, but it might work. We'll see. I think it could be useful for you. So yeah, that's the reason why why I saved it. There is like so many happening right now, or so many things happening right now that could be good. But yeah, like this thing that I'm doing right now is what is wrong with me, but with everything else. Because I'm currently using Cloud Code to go through things, the probability of it doing some changes that would require me to do a git revert and have like a bit of a commit somewhere is very high, but I'm still going through. But yeah, this probably will break everything. I know. So going within cursor, having the ability to just move it up and change stuff. But yeah. Better versioning as in within Cloud Code or within Figma or something else. And also I really have a bit of an issue with this. I don't know if it did something. I don't know if it's still doing something. I don't know. Yeah, I have no clue. I have no clue what's happening. And this is not any different. So, I don't know. You can let your agents just commit code all the time and then roll back to a previous commit and work from there. It's really good with figuring out what is in a change. Yeah, no, basically what I'm saying is this project that I'm currently working on, I don't have Git enabled, which is really bad. This shouldn't happen. So yeah, I'm currently just relying on the fact that Cursor has a good revertability when it comes to moving back within the chat and just say, well, I need to revert to this thing, or I need to go back to this thing, and so on. Like that's the thing. So it was not supposed to be that much work on this thing. So yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. And so by using that here, I don't know if something happened or not. It seems that it could. Apparently something happened a minute ago, which is basically when I sent the message, which makes sense. And then the output is truncated because it was bigger than what needed to happen. So yeah. Which is bad. So yeah, I mean we might need to create a Git anyways at some point. So I might just do that. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Because technically it's that simple. I just do that. I take the folder in question. I just rename it for the sake of renaming it with a 1. And then I go back there. I just create a new repo that's gonna be named Yolker. It's gonna be right in there, and there is no README because we don't really give a shit. And then once that's done, the only thing that I need to do is take that, move that back here, delete that, and change this. And then we're done. We have a Git repo. This is not how it's supposed to be working, I know. But yeah. We just have 6,000 files to send you. It's fine. It wasn't supposed to happen. That's the truth. I was not supposed to just work on all of that. So if I just do that, and then we have our init. That's what it is. I feel like because it has the node modules and no real git ignore and so on, this is a very bad move. I should have done that, but that's too late. I don't really care. So now it's done. That's gonna take a while. That is gonna take a while. All right, cool. So back to this. Um, and then it figured it out. It will figure it out. I don't, probably with the git ignores and so on. We just have the git attributes that is here, and yeah, exactly, exactly what was missing. I was right. See, going back to what I said earlier, maybe I know more than before, and now I have more knowledge. I doubt it, but maybe I know stuff. Maybe I know stuff. Um, these things pushed. Great. Great. Done. And now we have Git. That was complicated. Oh my god. That was so complicated. I get it. I get it. Um, it's working though. So I feel like some of these things, some of the changes that needs to happen in here for like the alignments and so on are not not that complex, and I could be able to, or should be able to make that do that by hand, but I have so much doubts. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. We'll see. Also, by the way, my notifications have been blowing up all weekend because um, I made one post that is now sitting at 30,000 views or something, and it's was a bit of an issue with the Cloud Code or the Cloud app, and team one of the team member at Cloud Anthropic and so on replied, and I am so sad, and I am so empathetic with uh the workers that are like community facing, because they just said this will be fixed today, and then we have a ton of flags, which is pretty cool. But then the replies are just like, hey, we have these other issues. And I'm like, that's not the conversation. The conversation is about the thing that is broken and showcased. If you want to bring light to the other issues that you have, I'm like, I don't know, maybe do a post yourself. Also, this one is like, yes, but also no. Things go through the crack and it makes so much more sense. But yeah, that's anyways. Details. Ah, I see. It's raining. Yeah, I mean, fix it yesterday next time is just a weird thing to say. So, and then like team is busy shipping bigger things and can't focus on little UI details like this. I agree, but that's also true. um, I mean, it's how people are perceiving things, and if you're not using the app that you're building, then you will have issues that you can't know about. Like I'm, as we say, I hate the terms dog fooding, but that's the name. If we go into here, I'm using that every day. I'm making sure that I have everything that needs to happen, that I figure out if I'm missing things, if things are behaving properly, if the transitions are good, if the content is nice. And I'm making sure that all of that is good on a daily basis. But that's because I kind of care about this thing. And if I see something that is like kind of broken, I'm gonna go in and say, well, this is working ish. So, for example, that view needs to be reworked to have something that is more aligned with the rest of the design, even though this is like a bit of a wish list. So it doesn't really matter. It's not a feature that is going to make any difference. But also, it's the details. And as a designer, it's the details that will make the difference compared to other apps and projects. So, you know, nah, nah, it's important. Also, we are on 80 today. That's for later. Anyways, how can I do this though? That's the thing. How can I port from the Cloud Code thing to here properly without making everything break? Um, within that same file, can you put a guideline based on the tokens? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I don't know. I have a feeling that this is probably gonna do the exact same thing of generating a new file and then having the copy paste, but yeah. And right now, I just said yes without reading. Usual thing, very very usual. It's creating like a screenshot of the thing. Uh, not .js, .csx. Yes, so. Maybe. It works. It's not working as expected. I I feel myself and I see myself from the outside. I know what's happening right now. It's bringing me text that I don't care about, and because of me not reading shit, it's harder to comprehend. Right now, I have a feeling that this is not going to work because it's trying to get the existing colors within the Figma variables. So when I'm here, not there, sorry, when I'm here within the variable section, it already has all of the tailwind colors and so on. And right now it's trying to read that. So This is pissing me off. I don't know if that... I feel like it's gonna be faster if I just give it the exact thing. So, in the, I guess, source is gonna be a thing, in my styles, in my tokens, and in my path. I doubt. I doubt so much. Which, again, based on the fact that I had to revert and stop, and I stopped probably too late, the probability of me reaching you reach your limit is now greater. For no reason. Other than it's just so slow. It's just so slow. And also, I don't know why this is redder than usual. I don't know if it's something that is like, oh, I'm reaching or closing on usage, or if it's something else. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. Nah. Nah. That's fine. But that doesn't seem as good. that amount of thinking is wild to me. I don't... Oh my god. I don't want to re-interrupt it and then start a fresh chat, because, I mean, it would work, but it's just like... it's debatable. Anyway, something that I learned about 2 days ago now, or a day and a half ago, the skills are now used to prompt inject in your project. So please be careful when you are trying to add skills to your Cloud Code, codex, and so on. And God damn. And all of that, I will highly recommend you to just get like, or make sure that the skills that you are adding to your project are safe. Usually everything is supposed to be pretty okay, but because now you have a lot of people that are npm install skills through the CLI without really reading what is inside, that is why it's happening, and there is some code injection. So yeah, I guess this is what it is. I'm gonna just copy that, escape twice, and then no rewind, just that, and then close, and we'll see if that helps. So can I do that? Yes. To the Figma MCP. the current frame. I guess I'm gonna do that. And we're gonna just create a frame that is right here. I was about to say if I do that, I need a frame that is a bit bigger, but also, you know, why not? I just need the link. In the current frame, the read the YOLO file is the one that contains the tokens, and then use the Figma use to just. I should click on that, but I can't do that. Figma use skill, and then I'm going to read that because that's massive. To just drop a design guideline for them in the Figma file itself. Cool. Claude said orange when Claude Code is actively processing thinking random. Could use low context usage. Yellow is medium context usage, and red is. I see. I see. Have a good call section. Apparently, this whole thing is just like very much hard for the reading. So, yeah. Take care of yourself. Yeah, and as always, appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for the resub and stuff. As always. I think I need to be in design mode so that it kind of works. I don't think I need to validate things. So in the meantime, while this is working, I'm going to be a great vibe coder and I'm going to pee. And hope for the best when I come back. I doubt it. God damn, it's still red. I have a feeling that it's reading the tokens within Figma instead of using the tokens within the tokens. And I don't like this in the slightest. But it's really weird because it's like low token usage, as in 480 is low token usage. But working? So I don't know. So good tokens are read. Inspect the Figma file structure before writing anything. This is not what I'm asking basically. Yeah, something is wrong. It is. It is. Uh, but yeah, it's not understanding the thing. Like it's supposed to be using the remote MCP um, port, whatever, transport, and then use Figma, which is the new thing where you can just use Figma as Claude. And it did for these two things, but right now it just goes into the red, which is not what we want to see. And it's also extremely slow for something that I would be able to do in less time. Because right now I just did this, which is not what we wanted to see. Yeah, that.
Denny $1 just resubscribed for 18 months.
Welcome back, Denny. Apparently today is a resub day. Kane, I feel like that's your day. You usually resub on the 26th, 27th, so. Welcome on in, Denny. How are you? How's the day going? Like this looks like shit. I mean, what the fuck is that? By the way, based on what happens in the past few days with Figma for you specifically, you probably will have a better time. It says April 18th. That's crazy. With this thing that we bitch, where you at? This thing that we talked about in the Discord, Figma now has finally added the ability to create and use the proper NCP to get Cloud Code, Codex, whatever agents you have to build stuff within Figma. So for you that you wanted to port things from one place to another, like from the code in Lovable to Figma directly, and I told you to not do that because it was not useful. You might want to do that because now it's going to be easier for you to do so. And that overall is what I did earlier today to port the design that we have currently here because I don't like the dark mode. I wanted to make sure that we have proper dark mode design. So I ported the light mode as a base and then worked on the dark version, still exported the dark mode that we have in the code to see if it would work. But yeah, that makes no sense. The fact that you was thinking for 2 minutes makes no fucking sense. Sorry. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is working. There is no issues. No issues. No problem. God damn. I know that it contains the entire thing right there. God. I think just porting the design is fine, but then asking anything else is just not okay. So I might I might just do that because it's going to be easier for me to do so. This is a workaround, and I'm I'm tempted to interrupt it again, but we're at 3 minutes and 30 seconds of thinking, so I feel like, I mean, if you couldn't figure it out by now, you're not gonna figure it out. So, interrupted. Cool. The plan now is we need a display page for the tokens. And the design that we have for both light and dark modes. Let's create a utility and /tokens .html, I guess. To work with. So the goal right now is to generate a page that will display all the tokens, all the effects, all the things that we have in the project in one HTML page. And then after the fact, I'm going to use transport and Figma use Figma as a skill to port that thing directly from the HTML version to Figma, and I should be good. I feel like it's going to be faster. This is probably going to be okay. Or I just caught a glimpse of the time where Claude Code and Figma were in an agreement, and it worked. So yeah, that is not what I understood, but maybe you're right. I don't know. From what I understood, Figma is the MCP, and use Figma or Figma use is a skill and a sub-skill of the Figma MCP as a base. But they are all contained within the main Figma MCP system. So, yeah. But I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know. This should work, though. It should work. Yeah. I'm gonna say something weird. Claude is not up to date with Claude updates, and that's wild. So about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, they announced, not now, a month and a half ago, they announced that inside of Claude Code, you could do something called security check or something. I forgot exactly the name of the skills that they wanted to have, to go through your whole code base and say, we need to do like a bit of a security check to ensure that, that thing is working and so on, whatever. And they said that it was something that you could access by doing a /security, I think. So I went into Claude and I said, let's proceed to a security check by using the security skill, and it couldn't figure it out. And so I pasted the Anthropic blog article about the new skills, and Claude said, with all the confidence in the world, this is untrue. I don't have any skills related to security. So basically saying that Anthropic blogs, official blogs, was false. So I don't trust Claude for stuff that are supposed to be up to date. Um, because, yeah. um, cool. Great. So use Figma or Figma use. I mean, you said Figma use, so I'm gonna use the proper thing. Got it. I'm gonna use the proper thing. Um, even though the please is not supposed to happen. Yeah. It's red already. That makes no fucking sense. This whole page, by the way, is 900 line of code, which is kind of high for what it is. So we'll see if that works. But I feel like it needs the same header thing that it doesn't have. God damn. It's a pain in the ass. It's probably supposed to give me the exact same thing of we need that script right there to be at the in the head of tokens, you know, in order to be probably fetched. I'm guessing if I do that, it's probably gonna work. That's a very bad thing to do. uh, we'll see if that helps. So that I doubt. I doubt so much. I feel like they announced it and either everyone is using it and it's shit, or I got lucky earlier, but it it wasn't that annoying a second ago. That's crazy. I have put that in the wrong place. God damn it. Yeah. It's just it's taking too long. That's the first thing. And it's giving me red instead of the regular orange for the thinking. Like right now, it's been 3 minutes of thinking and only has used 130 tokens, meaning that it has thought for 2 sentences. So yeah, so that makes sense. The counting up makes a lot more sense. I'm gonna yeah, like it's supposed to be orange, but it's gonna render I mean, I hope. See? God damn. So it is the same thing. I have a new page. So it's now in page 1 instead of being somewhere else. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. So we now have the tokens that we wanted to have in the first place, that have been ported properly. So instead of having that whole thing at the bottom right here, which is just the same tokens but in text, we now have the whole thing, which again is a very bad thing because this is the um, this is dark mode and we need the light mode to be the thing. So I made a mistake. God damn. Let's try that again. I'm just gonna port that in light mode instead. Let's not try that again. Let's try that here. Let's try. I mean, no, that's the fucking file. Nah. It should be instant because it already has done the work, but we never know. Nah, exactly. Now we are in light mode. That's what I wanted. Cool. So I'm guessing this is gonna be in the same situation right there. Cool. So that is the light mode. Now we have the dark mode. What is the difference? And what can we change? See, it wasn't that complex. You just need to have the right tools. But yeah, that's bad. So bad. I don't know if this makes sense as a page to then switch to the dark mode design and edit all of that. It could work. It has that green as a base situation. It has most of the effects for the base palettes. I don't know why we have a triangles within these things, but we do have triangles within these elements. I have no clue why that's the case, but that's the case. Yeah. For the same reason as earlier, I feel like this is probably going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to port properly. But also, I mean, not but also because of the way that the MCP is working, it's gonna recognize that this file is a massive page, and then it's gonna try to get all of the tokens on that page at once, which is probably gonna be a lot. Based on the fact that if I just go there, this is gonna be a 33,000 tokens file. So that's not good whatsoever. I don't know. I don't know what will make the most sense here. But probably will. That probably will. So if I take everything that is in there, that's gonna be so bad. Like the faint that is right here is not even showing up. Like it's not even faint. It's just it's not there. So that's gonna be bad. What I just did earlier was change that value to somehow 12%. I think that's where I stayed. Then this one is 2%, this one is 20%. So for the dark mode to make sense, this needs to be the 1B at 80%. So it stands out. 80 or 88%, I forgot. Let's see if I do that for all of them. The 1B at 72% could be a thing, but then we don't have the right definition. That's the thing. The opacity-based system is not gonna work. That's what I'm realizing right now. Basically, the fact that I usually work with opacity because it makes a lot more sense to just have one single color token and then use that with different opacities to get the proper output. Right now, if I'm doing this, I'm going to have a very hard time because the content of the platform is scrollable. I know it sounds really bad and dumb, but if this thing has some opacity to it, you will see the content behind it, which is already the case. If I go into what we were on earlier, if I just open this right here, you can see how transparent things are. And that's not good. That is not good. It's the same thing somewhere around here. I have the same opening things and it's not the best option. And in the rendering right there, which should be in light mode for the sake of presentation, it's a bit better because it has a bit less opacity, but it's still transparent and not good enough. So that's it's a system where my opacity system is not going to work. We need something that is most of the time 90% opacity for 99% of the stuff in order to get like the faintest of color translucence through the elements. But then this is not. We need basically what I'm saying is that we need solid colors 90% of the time. That's it. That's it. I know we are supposed to be using the Tailwind variables, if I remember correctly, for these things, so could work. Maybe. So the current setup in the tokens are based on the main color, and they shouldn't be. The system is green by default, meaning that every single elements that we have has a green tint, and that shouldn't be the case. We should have the most neutral colors for everything, and then based on the user selected themes, have either an overlay or a switch in the OKLCH value, which is basically switching the hue portion of the theme. So we need to neutralize um, our tokens and then port stuff. Why? Yeah. So, I just noticed that the theme / tokens are currently skewed toward the green color. And we should have them be as neutral as possible. And then through the OKLCH color profile, shift them based on the user, the server, select theme, I guess. So default need to be as gray to be as neutral as possible. If you're just listening, you may figure out that I'm repeating myself within the prompt, and this is something that we have talked about 3 weeks ago. There has been a bit of research on duplicate, which means that you are asking the exact same thing twice within the same prompt because the model doesn't understand what it's reading until it's finished reading. So when you are saying something like, we need this thing to be blue, we need this thing to be blue, when it's rereading the sentence a second time, it has the context that needs to happen. It's a bit of a weird thing when it comes to token counts on your side, but in terms of the output, it has proven to be more efficient, kind of more efficient, and the output is closer to what you want it to have. So I'm usually repeating myself multiple times in the same prompt or saying the same thing, and basically using the Netflix series system to just reiterate the plot 16 times in the next 20 minutes of the series. So that's the reason. Our default has to be as neutral as possible so that it can take the proper theme color for each servers. And we need to make sure that our values lightness compare from light mode to dark mode. Sliding scale. So the lightest element in light mode remain the same in dark mode. And I'm going to switch to plan mode for that to potentially do something about it, but I have so much doubts. I feel like this is probably going to break everything and push me past my limits on this month's activities. So, yeah. Hopefully we're using 4.6 in Sonnet, so it doesn't cost as much, but it still costs a lot. So, yeah. That's going to be bad. I do think that the tokens in general need to be switched, and the fact that I did that after we created the token page is probably a big ass mistake. That's my fault. That is my fault. But it might send like the message of, oh yeah, we need to change this to be neutral inside of the token page and not inside of the entirety of tokens. So um, yeah, we'll see if that goes through. I have so much doubts. By the way, Denny, how's the lovable project that I can't say the name because I don't have the name but can't share the URL on stream? How's that going? That was the most vague thing I could say. We also have some news about the Loimf, if you remember that. That's a wild project, which is the title of today's stream. It works, but not on my machine, which is kind of wild for the dev stuff. God damn it. Why are we
Euroan
waiting?
Labs raided my stream with 7 viewers.
That is a new profile picture. If I don't, if I believe that that's new. Walk on in. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. Thanks a lot for the raid, Jerome. I appreciate it. But that is very pink and very neat. We like it. We like it. It's fun. It's fun. It's good. I'm trying to read Sunknown, I guess. Sunknown one. Sunknowny. I don't know. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for joining the raid. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for chatting as well. But yeah. Sorry, I'm laughing about the stuff. You're not proceeding? Ah. I see. You have reached the point of burnout that is not recoverable, and now you need a vacation that is gonna make you become a woodworker instead of being a designer. I get it. I've been there, and I've done some woodworking. So please do that. It's gonna be fun. Don't worry about it. For those of you who just joined, we are doing some things within Cursor and Figma because Figma has announced that they have created a new Figma MCP thing that give us the ability to port stuff directly, and get the Figma output or the code output directly inside of a Figma file so that you can just edit stuff. We did that in the beginning of the stream to go from our original light mode, which I think is the best option compared to the current dark mode that is in the project, and then ported that to create a new version of said dark mode that is much better than what is this. And now I'm trying to do the opposite and port what is in Figma towards the code, but that doesn't work. So this is a pain in the ass. So yeah, it's that's what we're working on. So yeah, what is the favor that you need? Okay, tell me. Yeah. So I have potentials for you on this thing, and I know it's a pain in the ass, and I hate doing it, but I can potentially help you to get taken seriously at work. I know. I just have one. I just have the Figma remote MCP, and that's the only one that I have. The rest is just like Gmail because why not? And Pencil that is disabled because it was taking over the Figma MCP most of the time. But that's it. I used to have two. I used to have another one in the Figma MCP that was just called Figma MCP, but I removed it because it was causing some problems. So same things, um, just that's all I had. So as a designer that is in a company and that is not necessarily taken care of, yeah, that's not the two that you want to have. You basically need to prove that what you are providing is beneficial for the company or the person in question doesn't take your skills seriously yet. Meaning, and I know it's a bit of a pain in the ass, but you need to be. Thank you, Stony. Appreciate it. God damn.
Props_TV
Back
raided
to
my
back.
stream with
Props, welcome
36
in. Thanks a lot for the
viewers.
raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. I hope the stream was good. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, PTZ, welcome on in. But don't worry about it. I am currently in tears as well on my own because of my own issues. So, yeah. Heckin', welcome on in. We are currently fighting with the Yolka project and making sure that the design system
Tech
and
Inspector
the
is now following.
colors and the tokens and the shit is working, and it's not. So, it's a pain in the ass, but apparently Figma MCP has been changed, and now we have an option to like import export stuff, but the export is the thing that I'm trying to have, and it doesn't work. So we have imported from the code directly the design, which is pretty cool, and then from there we created the dark version because the dark version that we currently have in the code is shit. So making something that is a bit more polished and more clean and so on was a bit of an easier task to do right here. But right now I have figured that my
just subscribed.
goddamn that my tokens are not neutral and they are green based, meaning that when we are changing things in themes, we don't go through that thing. So we need to have neutralized tokens for the themes. That's it. But yeah, Patco, welcome on in, welcome back. And PTT, thanks a lot for the sub. I appreciate it. With your Prime sub, that makes a lot of sense. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Stony. How is Chat Studio going? Because, I mean, now that you've rated it and you can pull me out of my misery of me being crying, I'd rather be here. But apparently, it's dead. Jesus, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? You changed the domain, Charles. Why are people? God damn. Not even tried styles. Have a good rest of your day, Phil. Take care of yourself at work, and take some time on this. I'm gonna continue to do the tweaking that I talked about, and yeah, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Cool. We have the right thing. I'm gonna continue with Dennis for a second, and then we can go back to this thing and make you cry because goddamn. So in order to make the people in your life in the company basically understand and take you as or to have more credibility within the companies and the relationship you have, you need to make sure that you do something for these people that is beneficial for them at almost every step of the way. And you need to remind them that things are going great because of them. And I know it's a pain in the ass and I hate doing this, but this is the way of companies in order to be appreciated. Meaning that when you are talking to the person, even if it's not true, you could say things along the line of, oh yeah, I implemented this thing that you proposed last time, and it is a bit better, which means that you are in agreement with them and you are proving that they had a pretty good idea, in which case they will believe that you see their point at times. And then even if they didn't do something specifically good or they didn't really have the right recommendation and so on, sometimes the issue is that they don't believe that you understood what they have said. So if you prove to them by saying, oh yeah, I implemented the thing that you said, and it looks like this, and it is better, or I implemented the thing that you said, and it looks like this, but I tried to tweak it to make it a bit better by following these and these best practices, it kind of helps you grow and be more appreciated with the coworkers and so on. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Again, I hate it, but it works. The other thing, if you want to be taken seriously and not be everything is the ideas of others and I didn't have any ideas of my own, which is the opposite of what I just did, is be extremely prolific in your creations to the point that you cannot be overlooked. And I know you have the skills for this, and I know it's also a lot of work, but it's a matter of you asked for this, I gave you 3 more stuff that are in the same direction, that are better than what you asked, and that just showcase how much better I am than the other rest of the team members that are trying to do the same work. And I don't like doing this because I'm mostly humble and I don't, I don't want to negate the skills of other people's in my teams. But sometimes you have to showcase that you are the best in the team in order to be taken seriously. So usually when I had some issues with credibility within the teams, I had to do that. I had to go through that whole project, full redesign, full thinking, full whatever needed to happen to then be able to say, okay, this is what I have created. This is what you asked. This is what we have based on what you asked. This is what I have created. It is 10 times better, and you can tell that it is 10 times better, and it will work, it will be great, it will be smooth, it will be much better than the rest of the thing that we already have based on my expertise. And I did that only based on my expertise. And that basically places you as a, okay, cool, I can trust you now. Instead of where you currently are at, which is, I don't know you yet. And I don't know if I trust your skills yet. So you basically need to prove yourself. It's a pain in the ass. Again, both of them are pains to do because it's a bit of a too kind to everyone in order to be accepted and too brutal to anyone else to be respected. And both are options. You can do both at the same time. But there is a matter of basically showcasing and documenting the thing that you have done to just be there and be like, okay, cool, I've done all of that for the company. I have done all of that for the project in question, and I did all that without any of your inputs, any of your knowledge, any of your recommendations. Everything is coming from me, and you can tell that it is better because I can show you this thing based on your recommendation and this thing based on me. And then further down the line, I know that right now it's your first year-ish in that company. I think you are closing on 13 months, 12. Brain is all over the place. I feel like it's either 10 or 13. Nonetheless, um, one of the things that could help in order to make you more credible within the company is providing 24. That 2 years. That's not exactly what I had in my head. I think you came back in Italy at the 10th month or something. I forgot about that. Anyways, it doesn't matter. But because you have 2 years, that's probably going to be easier than what I thought. If you have pages that you have designed on your own, if you have things that you have done that have some metrics behind them, that have some tracked metrics specifically, and conversion metrics, and other fucking KPIs and shit, you will have the ability to just say, here is what I have done, here is my implementation, and here is the output in conversion rates and so on for that page. That is a 90% me. So yeah, that's a weird thing. Um, um, yeah, you kind of need, in the beginning, you kind of need to work more than expected, um, and pour a lot of time within the companies that you're working for to then be able to just be respected. But I do understand that if it's been 2 years and you haven't done that yet, then it will take a lot more time. But yeah, Cat, hi, welcome on in. Have a good look. I'm gonna repeat myself with something that you have seen firsthand. In the previous startup that I was at, in which I stayed for 6 years. In the first year, I said, this is pretty interesting, but it's starting to be boring. In the second year, I said, I'm probably going to be out of this company by the end of the year. Everyone else in the teams were saying the exact same thing. And I stayed there 4 more years because COVID happened, and there were 3 years of at home doing my own stuff and being able to do whatever the fuck I wanted, still doing the work that I needed to do for the company, but having more freedom on my own. So maybe that's all you need. It depends on you. But also, while I was doing that, I kind of didn't give a shit about the company. I didn't give a shit about the company after the first year. And I mean, technically, I didn't give a shit about the company ever. I don't ever give a shit about the company that I'm joining. But that might help. Just taking a bit more time for yourself and doing that in a different way. But yeah, that's yeah. If it's the entirety of the company, then that's a bit of a weird thing. If it's like 2 people in the group that you're working with the most, maybe have a chat with them. Yeah. I had a dev that I really disliked, and he really disliked me apparently for some reason. I mean, I disliked him because he disliked me, the usual cycle. And at one point I was like, you know what, let's just have a chat. Like, why don't you like the thing that I'm doing? Why are you saying that I'm just doing things pretty and nothing else? Like, I don't know the rest of the business section, the cultural section, the whatever section. And he was like, well, you haven't showcased any of these to me, so I don't know. And I don't trust your judgments because I haven't seen the outputs. And I was like, okay, cool. Let me just show you. And then I showed him, and then he left the company. uh, So that was fun. But yeah, that's the recommendation. It's a lot of work, but it might help. It might help. Um, yeah, he said that he found another place to work, which he did. But weirdly enough, when he left, the 3 months after he left, we were the most productive we've ever had, and things just went through, were accepted, were implemented properly, and it was nice. It was nice. But eh. Anyways, props. Let me go back there. Um, you changed nothing. You changed that. Let's log back in with Twitch, which is gonna require access again. What do you mean I'm on the wait list? God damn. Yeah. Damn. That's cute. That's working. Working better than the others. I mean that sounds like a regular thing. Um, I see. So the default chat bubble there, that's the regular one. I can select it, but there is a server here because obviously there is. If I go in the shop, I don't have anything. If I go into purchases, I don't have anything either. And I'm guessing if I go into settings, I will not be able to see shit because there is nothing much in there. I feel like that should be, it's working. The selection is working, right? If I select something, the server error is happening, but it's still, whatever. Um, did we lose the builder? Like, or is it because the server is still thinking that I'm not uh part of whatever? Ah, too late. I see. I see. I guess that's the button in question. Um, all right. I can create a skin at the bottom, which is weird, but all right, it is aesthetic indeed. I agree. Uh, is it something that is just views based on that? No. Okay. So I can create a skin name. Let's call that A. Description will be A. Description will be B, obviously. Skin is my channel or for the marketplace. I'm gonna say that for my channel, it's gonna be free. And then we have these things, so we can define the bubble design on the side. I will check that. You telling me that I should do that because this section is not for me to review yet, but I'm guessing it's the same thing. This is much better. We're gonna give credit when credit is due. This is so much better than last time. Congrats. I'm impressed. Nice animations, nice transitions, good presentation. This is pretty neat. It's working. That's a weird. That's a weird system. To have them like switch that much in the right to left things and the messages themselves sliding up. Sir, sir, let me just go into styles and modify one of them because that's basically what you said. I'm guessing it's gonna be the same thing. Oh, I see. I see. It is different. It is different. It is different. But at least we have a full screen. At least we have a full screen, which is good. And then we have the proper things on the side. Based on the fact that I just saw something else, I'm gonna have some issues. Why? Why the fuck are they not the same components in both sides? God damn. So you have the up, down. So going down is sliding the elements bubbles up. That's it's a component. You make a component once and then it's used everywhere else. Same thing for the right to left and same thing for the left to right, right? Obviously the things are popping from the side. If I'm making this thing for width, it's supposed to be for width whatever, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. You know, it's okay. So I'm gonna just keep that because the animation is working. The gap between messages is easy to work with. Using the arrows are working as well, so that's good. Congrats on that. No tears yet. Everything is pretty good. And then you have that thing that makes absolutely no sense. The gap between messaging is at 14, but the spacing is at 11, and it doesn't change shit. I don't know what that is, but you took my advice of having the reset section for the section in question. That's good. Twitch background for the gradient, for the Twitch color, and it doesn't show shit, but that's okay, I guess. I guess, I don't know. I feel like we should have a background somehow. I think right now the issue is the transparency because we don't have the value of the transparency in the picker. So if I just do 19 white, we should be able to get the thing, but we don't. It's fine though. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Border don't work. So I'm gonna assume something, and you tell me I'm wrong. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna assume right now the thing is not plugged properly, which is fine. I'm just gonna review what you have changed in terms of the design, which is pretty good so far. The I am gonna tell you something that also I feel like I should do that so that you have the entire thing. I feel like there is probability that these things are taking over. There is also probability of the arc is arc, and arc has some issues here and there in rendering, so I could see that be a potential issue. Nonetheless, the transition that we had earlier, which is right here, makes a lot of sense. Things are pretty much working in 90% of the cases, which is pretty good. It's just the issue is right now we don't really have everything working. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. Going back to what I said earlier, this is a much better rendering of the settings. I take that back. Just, that's, I, Why? Mm, don't worry about it. You have the animation that is here. Okay, cool. So I am guessing that if I do fade here, I'm supposed to have the fade right there. So if I do slide left or slide right, I should have the message properly aligned this way. And so if I do a left to right situation, then this is a bit of a better thing. Okay, cool. That makes sense. I would just have the animation of slides next to the animation of the sections, because that would make a lot more sense because they are together. So you know that your appearing animation is at the top and then your message related animation is underneath. If you could also, same thing, one step at a time, I get it. But if I'm saying slide down, for example, you could have the automatic thing that says, well, it's going to be a slide down animation. Like by default, if you select slide down here, you pre-select the animation of the entry message to slide down. If you say slide up, by default, is going to just pick the slide up animation as a preset default. But then the user can still get in and change the animation if they want to. But you have like small, simple presets to just say, well, slide up, slide down, slide right, um, slide left. Yes, that's the thing. Groovy, hi, what on I hope you're good. So that could be a tad better in terms of placement and settings, but that's fine. The shadow is debatable. I believe it's probably not gonna work, so I do. I'm paid $2.50 a month. Expensive. Appreciate the sub though. Nonetheless. So this is an interesting thing. The system is fine. The presentations are good. The fact that you have pre-made sections for like bubbles, users and so on, I am guessing that the avatar section is something that is going to showcase or be like highlighted or not if something happened. Like if I do above message and then I have the profile picture displayed is probably highlighting this, but I don't know yet, so it's fine. And then you have the last thing, which is going to give you the ability to change the font, which is good. It's working. Nothing to complain about here. Like that's fine. That is fine. This is really good. This is really good. Yeah, I mean, you paying $5 a month, but I'm getting $2.50. So, I mean, I don't know how much you pay. Basically, I'm getting half. That's all I know. So, at one point, we had someone come in and gifted. I think it was 50 subs or 100 subs, but they were from Turkey, and because of that, the subs there are basically nothing. And so, yeah, basically from the 100 sub, which I thought I would have like a lot of money on that month, I got something along the line of $11, I think, which is fine. I appreciate it. But you know, when you have someone that drops 100 subs in one stream, you're like, God damn, that's gonna be a lot. But no. So it depends. But yeah, no, that's cool. That is cool. I would potentially say make this thing. Yeah, it is regional for some places. I know that when I'm in Japan, if my account was localized in Japan, I would pay somewhere along the line of $3 per subs. And in France is $4.99 and so on. So That's the thing. As I was about to say, I would place this thing at the top of the frame, just so that we don't have this weird thing. I mean, it's basically the same setup already, but you have enough space to display the full length. So I do that. Nonetheless, it is better than last time. As I said, credits when credits is due. You've done a great job at working on the design in here. Most of the things are working, kind of. Um, you can drag and drop it. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, this is good, but you need this. You need a very, very simple drag me, move me out, do something. Like you can do something. Just, just a smidge, just a hint. Um, but yeah, that's a very cool thing. That is not gonna lie, this is really cool because now I know because I wouldn't have hovered the chat by default. Like this is not something that would have happened. I know that in the previous version, you had the ability to just click on something and get direct access to the section in question. But nonetheless, this is pretty cool. The thing that I'm seeing now is that if I wanted to create something that was uh, a very horizontal chat, I can then resize it and say that it's a left aligned thing. Based on this, there might be some necessity to have stuff. I don't know. But if I do a slide left, no, a slide right. My bad. This is so weird. It's a slide from the right, not sliding right. So I know. Don't worry, it's the same thing. But yeah, if you want like my old chat animation, that's basically it. But that's cool. That's cool. Um, but yeah, the fact that you can do that and move it around and change the background if you wanted to have like a screenshot of your own stream to place it properly, which I'm guessing is the reason why you have this. This is pretty cool. And so, yeah, that's good. That's good. Um, and yes, we said the same thing at the same time. So yeah, you can check that, upload something. I was expecting that something to not be that, but that's not gonna work. Yeah. Uh, I see. Interesting. Okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine, but that like this needs to be set by hand instead um of that. But it's pretty cool as a concept. I do do like it. That draggable thing, same thing. I need a way to know that it is draggable because otherwise I wouldn't have known. If you didn't tell me that it was the case, I would have been unable to do that. So, yeah. Um, Other than that, good. Good placement, good alignments, good stuff. The only thing that is potentially a bit of a pain in the ass, and that is based on how we recommend to have some of the components, and you probably know that. And I did the same mistake. Don't worry about it. I am guilty on this one as well. I just want to be honest on this. I did the same thing. So right there, this is bad. Don't do that. We recommend to not do this because these buttons are too small for what they are. And so here you have sometimes a bit of a hard time to click the correct one. So looking back at what Figma has, because that's the reference that we took, we don't really have an up or down. There is just the thing, and then you can use your arrow keys if you wanted to. And then there is something that is a bit more useful, but like a bit harder to create, which is this, which I love to do, but it's also like not the best. So it's fine. But other than that, these steppers steppers, incremental steps, we basically recommend to have minus field plus as a single element, and that should work. You have enough space here to get a button on each side that is as big as the input. Um, I mean, on this one you have enough space, so that should work. That should be fine. Should be fine. But yeah, this one might be a bit of a pain in the ass to do. Not gonna lie, based on size. But if the radius is not that, then we're good. Then we're good. Nonetheless, I'm gonna say that again because it is important. You did good. Oh, that's an interesting thing. That's not what I expected to see, but that's an interesting thing nonetheless. But yeah, no, this is cool. These transitions are really cool. The presentation makes sense. You have the preview right here, which is really neat. And I'm guessing, this is just a guess, I'm guessing that based on where I'm placing it inside of this is where it's going to be in the browser source. So that, again, based on the fact that you can place a screenshot of your VODs, you will be able to then place it properly where it needs to be on the stream, and then just export it properly within the browser source itself. So that's interesting. I like it. I like it. Let me see. Dang. Why is me right here? Why is me right there? This is pretty clean though. I'm not gonna lie. Dang. I agree with that statement. I agree with said statement. I'm guessing doing some changes around here is going to be a bit of an easier thing because of stuff that... So it's doing a good job at the top, but not at the bottom. Sorry, I'm breaking things as always. You don't have a choice. That's it. You don't have a choice. I'm breaking stuff. But at least I can see the border, the things that are probably going to be visible as well. Not the border. Border is not there. But the background is there. The gap in between things is not there. So, yeah, I know. That makes sense. You're at 4. That's interesting. Okay, so if the... I'm not gonna assume that, but maybe. It seems that because everything is currently kind of broken when it comes to the presentation and so on, I can't really change stuff. Um, I'm sorry. The avatar is now here, which is good. I can now see that there is a border that is working. Guess what? One of them is working. Uh, and then the corner radius are working as well, meaning that I can do that at a 24, 30 something, so that it's like fully rounded. So that's good. That's working. Congrats. I can make dashed, dotted, double lined. That's neat. The color of the background is the same as the color of the thing that we want to have, so that makes sense. The spacing is at 0, but I'm guessing if we do that, nothing changes. God damn, that's kind of sad. Center, all right. That is on the left, though. uh, yeah, that that's the left side. The top is working, but that's not the right side. But the top is working. That isn't making any sense though. Specifically this one, the fact that it's going full width when I mean full height as well, is kind of weird. But it's working. Um, Nonetheless, it's it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie there with that. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. It's going to be such a mess, but I get it. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Damn. There is so much potential in this. So, with the animation on the profile picture, you basically have the ability to create animation per elements, and I'm guessing you probably have like a similar ID in the long term to have like some sort of animation per things. So if I had something that was the bounce on the profile picture and the text, the animation is triggered at the same time, and therefore you get like everything happening at the same time. What if I'm getting into the potentials that I see? Animation delays. So the same way that obviously here I'm getting that animation delay on each of the cards um with that fade that goes through all of the cards as a diagonal angle type of situation, so that based on the index and the position and whatever, it happens to slide in at a nice fade. You could have something in here that is very much the same. However, and this is not a however bad, but it's not a however good either. However, it might be a bit annoying to define the animations per tab, as in bubble, define animation, avatar, define animation, user. Get what I mean? So potentially having like a fifth tab for animation that contains everything split, as in the bubble is going to be okay. So in that bubble, you have that thing, that thing, that thing, whatever, and you have the ability to just animate things separately within the bubble, and that's your first section inside of the animation tab. And then you have second section, which is going to be your avatar, third section, user, fourth section, the text, so that you have just one place to manage all the animations in or you have one place to manage all the animation. That's it, not all the animations in one place. So that it makes more sense and it's easier. But I can also see why that might not be the easiest thing to do and or to put in place. So I can see that. Um, I would love to be able to reset to the original image. I know how to do that, but probably done that, or maybe you saved that in the background, and then I'm fucked. Probably the case. It's probably the case. Yes, it is. God damn. Uh, um, but nonetheless, again, um, you've done a good job. There's nothing wrong about that. You've done a pretty good job at changing the thing that we talked about last time. This is weird, but it's funny, but it's weird. Potentially creating an animation tab is a good thing, and some presets or some presets automation could be really good. Teeny tiny arrows here and there to showcase that, okay, this thing is like this thing is editable. That's a nice idea. This thing is like movable if you wanted to. That could be good. Based on the fact of what I have currently seen, which is not much, but still. If we go to the original one, the chat is on this side. If we go to the one that we were on before, the posted sticky note with the tape at the top, it's on this side. You probably have another one that is at the bottom. If that's the case, make sure that the controls is placed in the middle of the view so that you can have potentially an arrow that is here on one side, depending on what the user is currently selecting on the style, the original styles. And then when they move it, there is another arrow that points to the chat itself to say, oh, you can move that as well. That's just the fun stuff. It doesn't really matters and doesn't change anything, but it's just if I have this thing that is here in the center, regardless of which styles preset I'm getting, I'm still gonna see the chat. Whereas earlier, when we were here, and I don't know why it was on the right and not on what it popped on the left, and whatever. Maybe it's because I did that by mistake. That might be the reason. But that was like basically here because it remember the location, so I couldn't really see what was happening. So object detection, a lot of work. Well, why not? Why not? Putting it exactly at the opposite of where it was supposed to be, that might work. I would understand why you wouldn't want to do that. So don't worry about it. Nonetheless, good job. I don't understand why you changed the fucking site name. I feel like Chat Studio was a very good thing, but probably because there is something else that is called Chat Studio that is already existing and you can't use. Yeah. Which I get it. I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense. I was playing with TLDs earlier today. Apparently, I could have got Ben.to to replace Bento, but Yeah. I mean, uh, I think we do have. Namecheap does have it. Domain.coms does have it. They are a bit more expensive, but you know, um, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah, I can probably see. Um, so yeah, a dot style is a pretty, chat dot style, chat dot studio. Damn. Could be interesting, but you already have both two domains, so not a third one. Um, Nonetheless, this is cool. This is okay. These are highly debatable. I feel like if we just zoomed in on the edge and just on the edge, not wherever the cursor is, that might be enough because this is crazy. Yeah, I think zooming in is fine, but it's just like the preview like this is kind of wild. Obviously I have references for everything, but I did the same thing in the beginning. um, Basically, we had the previews without we had the previews within this thing, and then it was a pain in the ass, and it was loading all of the overlays at once. So that didn't really work, or not as well. So yeah. Busy, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired as always. It's late for me, but we good. Um, so yeah, I guess similar system. I don't offer that much customization when it comes to the things. The only thing that I provide is the potential test buttons that are like hidden in all the corners, all the things, wherever. I forgot where the other one is, but I have something somewhere else. To just play with whatever animations I have. So, eh, eh. Anywho, so yeah, I removed the previews. I feel like the if you have the images, and if these are images and not like generated on the fly, then and I feel like they are generated on the fly because of the fact that I'm here based on my username. Um, just having a zoom in on on the frame itself, like that makes more sense. You might just make it. I mean, you just landed uh very slowly, but you did land. Congrats. I'm seeing other things right this instant, and I don't want to dunk on everything as much as I did last time. But this blurred effect thingy makes these buttons really hard to read. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, because you've moved, you know, but whatever. In terms of readability for like that, for example, you have a bit of a hard time at times. And then, based on what I'm seeing right here, let me do something like here. This is sharp as fuck. and you might want to go with that route instead, um, which is just it's there, but it's a progressive blur transition instead of anything different. So you end up with a bit of a softer transition. It at the end of the day it doesn't really matter. But yeah, um, that that's an option. That's an option, and we have code pens and other places that you can use to send to Claude. Because as far as I remember, you want to have this thing as a vibe coded for everyone all the time. So, I mean, for everything that you want to do. So I get that. Um, but yeah, no, this is good. This is good. This is better than last time. Also, it's working. I think I can give you that. Um, you could make a teeny tiny change on this one that will make it a bit easier for you to render. Uh, and it is again, it is very tiny, but it could work. So basically, the idea is you get your icon that is inside of the whatever thing that you have, right? So far, so good. And then next to that, you have your title that is going to be right there. It's going to be a bit bigger than this. So for you thinking you're probably at 16 based on the other thing, and you have that as an auto layout, and you have somehow, let's do 4 everywhere just so that we have something that makes sense. So that with 20% opacity and a full corner radius plus um, 10. Yep, that is going to be your open version, and then in your closed version you just do that. So technically speaking, if this thing is non-clipping overflow visible, then you still see the title, but because you're overflow hidden, the transition in the opening is going to reveal the text in a way that is more natural than what you currently have. And if you want a bit of a better transition between the two, you just get a very simple fade in the opacity. So you make the opacity of that text at 0, for example, when it's like here, and it's at 100% here. So these two, for example, if we create some sort of a, that's not what I said, for multiple components, and then we have in the prototype for the presentation's sake, just a smart animate on this one at 420, and it's like while hovering, then in this frame that's gonna be that color. If I get that, yeah, I use 690 as well a lot, mainly for longer transitions, but then it's a bit of a smoother things. And it's, I mean, again, it is so simple, and it's such a, it makes a bit of a difference. Just a smidge on overflow hidden. It's just all right, cool. It's just a clipping div, and it doesn't really break anything. It's just like it's fine, and that nice transition is good enough instead of having what you currently have, where both are working at the same time. it almost feels like the whole width is appearing at once, which, as always, this is a very bad idea. I love to do that when I'm streaming for some fucking reason. But um, yeah. Can I do that? I can't really do that. Basically, you have the whole thing that is appearing and disappear. I think that's the issue. That frame. When you're out. Yeah, that's probably the case. So that, for you, that might be something like a delay on the exit that needs to be changed. But other than that, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. On the customizer, I have the 4 tabs on the top, and maybe add more in the future. Any suggestion how to display them? It's not full of tabs, and without changing the panel's width. You can do horizontal tabs, horizontal scrollable tabs, but this is a bit of a pain in the ass for a lot of people to figure out what can be done. You could create, I have reference for everything. You could create something like this, kinda, where basically your tabs at the top would expand when you click on more, basically. So you have your main 4 tabs, and then on the more buttons, you have access to all of the tabs that needs to be there. This is a concept that is called expandable navigation, which has been in, for a long time. So I don't know if this one is still there, but this one was my inspiration in the first place. So you could do something like this that just expand your navigation at the top. What? Not necessarily the most understood concept, and it hasn't picked up, which means that since this one has been created about 2015, if I remember correctly, yes, no one really went there. I've seen someone else do something very similar 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago on Threads, but that's about it. So, not necessarily the best option. The other thing, maybe you could do that, but it's a bit of a weird system. I'm going back to the discussion we had last time where you said that potentially you could have like an edit in place where you click on the name of the person, for example, and then it opens the control for that specific thing. That could work. You would end up with something that is very similar to what I've done. Not here. Do I need to keep that? No, that's fine. Which I think I showed you last time. I have a feeling I showed you that. But in the... God damn, my whole computer is so slow right now. It feels like I froze. I mean, at least on my phone, I have frozen. I have frozen. There. So, Barex, hi, welcome in. How are you? How was the raid? How was your day? So if I go in something like the input field, which is the best representation, you have these and you have the ability to just select exactly what it is and where it is for the anatomy of the components. If you had something similar within your the chat is really bad from what I have. I mean I don't like it, but it's there somewhere. Um, like you would have the same system, so you could um, you know, get to the exact event that you wanted to take a look at, but ah, not the best option. Um, Other than that, you can you can do the thing that
Sparix is now
I said last
following.
time. Thanks a lot for the full, appreciate it. Using Figma as an example and as a base for the controls is not a bad idea, but you end up again, if I go into my model, I really need a fucking search bar. God damn, my brain is broken to find things. So also this is absolutely broken. Right, I can have all of the controls in the world in here, but that's a lot. That's a lot. And so it's working, it's doing its job. You have, you know, everything that you want to have within the presentation, but it's a lot of things. So might not be the best option. Um, but yeah. Um, have you tried Viant? Tried Viant? Um, why am I on community? I don't fucking know. Basically, Viant is one of the newest interesting things that just popped in the past few months. And so let's say you are looking at the community and you find something like this, and you say, I kind of like this thing. It looks really nice. It created design. You have the animation that I talked about that is kind of shit and this shouldn't exist. But you know, like whatever. This is an interesting thing. Maybe I'm looking for uh, a multi-tab navigation system for I don't know, visual editor or something. And what's happening here is that Viant is creating, or is going to create, 3.5 designs, 6 apparently right now, with different variations as the name implies. It takes a bit of time, but and it's also costing a lot of money if you don't have unlimited amount of emails. But you will have the designs here. I just want them to fucking load a bit faster. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. And then from there, you can say, oh, that version that you've done is good. Let's explore the variant of that thing. So if you're looking for references, inspiration, and so on, it's probably a good idea to go to Variant to generate things. Like we're gonna see that first because that's gonna be the one that loads the fastest. I'm on the free tier, so I'm not priority in any way, shape, or form. But it is creating different designs, different things, and you can see some of the direction which is it is going. If I start scrolling, it's going to pull up a lot more design. So if I'm here and I'm like, cool, I don't like anything that has been created, and I start scrolling, it's supposed to trigger the go next, basically, and because now it's still working, so that's not gonna work. But then it's gonna create 6 more design because I'm scrolling through something else. But let's say I like this, and so we can play with that. The good thing about it is that it is stuff that is like very interactive, so you can see if that could work for uh, your client or whatever. So Viant is interesting for that. If you are just looking for um, inspiration that you can use in Figma, UI.live is great. It's probably going to die soon, so use it as much as you can. We haven't heard from them since they launched. Basically, they launched the thing. I mean, they have the thing, they launched the thing, and then no words. So, debatable point. Um, but that's like their system is very simple. You can look for stuff. So for you, you would look for um, tabs navigation, maybe, even though that's probably not going to work. Um, and then let's say you like this design because that's there, and this is cool. You like it, you click the Figma icon, and then you go on Figma and you just paste the thing, and boom, you have the thing. That's an option. But yeah, no, the only thing that I can give you as a recommendation for multi-tab system is going to be uh, the tabs at the top, which is basically tabs in Chrome. That's the only potential direction in which you can go, basically. Like you don't really have a choice within this thing. Like it's probably going to be necessary to have like that scrollable element at the top. So you will need a bit of an arrow on the next thing to go next. But yeah, I would say that's the only potential options that you have. Multi-tabs, depending on how much tabs you want to have. Yeah, that's about it. The one that we are working on right now is kind of the same thing. So if we have like a ton of, because it's a duplicate of Discord, um, with a bit of a Slack/Discord behavior, I'm gonna open all the servers. Um, the the scroll right here is just you know, a bit of a fade, and same thing on the other end. It's just like if we start scrolling, we fade. Not necessarily the best option for you, but that is the easiest way for you to have like multiple sections and more tabs. At the end of the day, if you don't need um, the text, you can just have icons and be done with it. Specifically here, like your icons are pretty big. You could make these things 32 by 32 because of desktop accessibility. We want buttons that are at least 32 by 32. Some people will say 24 by 24, but you know, if you have like bubbles, avatar, user, text, animation, I don't know, something else, you have enough space here to just put icons and be okay with it, and that would be fine for most of the stuff. When it comes to uh, I don't like that. I think I know which one you're talking about, where you just have the icons, and when you select one, you have the title that goes next to it or under it or whatever. Is that the one that you call the responsive tabs? Like I mean, basically the one that is selected is expanded. That's all that I have in my head. Probably the case. Um, Maybe it's yeah, that would be the only thing. The question I have for you is why don't you want to make this bigger than what it is? Because right now you are at 378. You could make it 400. You can make it 420 for no reason whatsoever. No reason. Um, yeah, I don't know. Just a tad bigger could work. Um, I'm trying to figure out what are the other. Also, my brain has another ID, so I'm gonna put that on the side and then forget about it. But I'm gonna tell you what it is. But um, yeah, no, overall it's working. You can make it a bit wider. Most people in most screens are either in full screen. Specifically, gamers will have stuff that are like better organized. The only thing that I'm like unsure about here is how the fuck do you know where to place the thing if the window is not full screen? Because right here, for example, I have this thing that has an aspect ratio that is way different than my full width aspect ratio, which also is different than my stream aspect ratio based on the fact that this capture is squished and not a 16:9 screen capture. So maybe there is something to be said about the canva in question that needs to be displayed, which goes back to the stream element um, environment, because you are basically trying to, do that. But within the overlays, when I'm going into whatever things I have, the canva in which I can play is the size that I have defined it to be. So right, this one is like 200 in height, and 1920, I think, in width, and that's it. So that's what they have. They don't have a ton of tabs. They have hidden a ton of things within the settings and the sessions and the links. But then most importantly, they have a ton of sub settings within each of the elements. So they basically go with a folder tree. God damn, the brain. A folder tree system where it's just going from one to the other. Um, like you have the layers and then you can open it, which is basically what you had earlier. Earlier being last time. And then you have the settings and you can open the settings and control the settings, but then within that you also have the settings of the settings, which then gives you the editor if you wanted to, but then also gives you sometimes the settings of the settings of the settings, which is a pain in the ass and that shouldn't exist, but it's still there. So not on this one, which is fine, but god damn. So yeah, this is really bad. Not gonna lie, this is really bad off navigation, but it works. So that might be a thing that you want to do. The Figma sidebar system with the different sections is more compact and it doesn't have the tabs at the top. At least not as much. Icon only could work. Other than that, not many options. Space available for the tabs is fixed, and when it fills up, the tabs start shrinking. Yeah, the thing is, on what Props is currently doing, I don't think these tabs would fill up. I think they would always be there. Like they would, I mean, the avatar could be removed if it's not available, but I don't think it will just populate itself with more stuff on the fly. It will, because that's the question. But yeah, like I don't see this happen. Is this because we have a border? No. I yeah, I don't know. I don't know what these things are doing. I don't know what the spacing and the gap between the messages are supposed to be. The ID that I had, Props, might make sense to you, might not, probably will. Um, you have something right here that is pretty interesting. You are, I mean, on this one, I saw it. That's the reason why I'm talking about this one specifically. Um, in here, you had yourself, which is not your name right there, but you have yourself with your profile pic. And earlier, you had yourself with the broadcaster badge because you know who I am, because you have my Twitch account. You could 100% use the current user to be the only one that has the broadcaster tag when you are seeing it, just for the sake of consistency, and that way it would look like it was the user real chat, and it will be the only one that has a very preset, predefined um, profile picture, badges, name, and so on. That could be a very small thing, you know. That could happen. But other than that, yeah, I just saw that, which I thought that was your name, but no, it's randomized, and therefore that's a different thing. But yeah, I would expect this to be resizing the content, and this to be resizing the frame, but this to make the thing bigger or smaller, not just cropping. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. This is such a weird thing, though. I'm gonna change my settings right there. uh, no, you did good. I'm laughing and I'm making fun of the things that are in front of me, but you've made a good progress, good change for the domain name. Sadly, good layout shifts. Overall, nice. It will take more time for sure, but even now, I feel like if you send that to someone like myself, like Stony, like Jerome, that is also doing streaming and have chat on stream, we could use it. So, you know, that's that's already a good thing. That is already a good thing. There are stuff that are like, you know about it, I know you know about it, things that needs to be added, thing that needs to be thought of, like if a user is sending a second message, am I showing his or her stuff? Like, for example, you right now, right here, you send 3 messages in a row, uninterrupted by someone else. So I'm not re-showing your face, your name, your whatever. It's like that's your block. That's what you have said. And so if something comes in like that and basically stops you from getting the 15 in a row, then the next message you send, you're gonna have your name and so on. So these are small things that would make sense and would help to render stuff to work. But yeah, yeah, both of them. My regular chat, which is this one, which I think the buttons are there. Yeah. So these ones are pretty simple. Horizontal message, like that. It makes sense. It works. I like them. No styling whatsoever, but styling in the code. And it's that easy. And then thermal is same thing. But if you want to create like a very similar thermal print thing, like a light mode thermal print, why not? Why not? They work. To be honest, this is like coming from this file. I'm not gonna find it. I have a feeling. I know the colors, but based on how Figma has been not really cooperative for the past few days. Yeah. I just found this. I was looking for receipts for perfume, and then I just found this one, and I was like, you know what? That could be a cool chat. That's it. That's all that happens. So then we use that as a base, which I mean, basically the reason why I have this thing specifically is because in here I have decided to do something very similar, which is having the receipt right there, and then I had a bit of fun with the barcode. If you scan this, there are some hidden messages in your perfume. No one knows about that. But yeah, these are real barcodes. Could do that as well. So yeah, that receipt, payment receipt printout on Figma is something that you can find, and it's what I used for the chat. So yes, if you want to recreate it, you can. It's an option. Not saying that it's good, but yeah. Perfume, you switch the E and the R. Preference, perfume, perfume. And it's not available on Android. No, sadly, that is the sad part. I know. I know. I hate I hate that it's not on Android, because I feel like the Android community could benefit from that. Meaning having perfumes, because we are all stinky. But the reality is just like it would cost so much, and I can't have it on Android the same way that I have it on iOS. Like on iOS, I can have it. I have the privilege of having it for free, and giving it to you for free for a certain amount of perfumes. On Android, I would be obligated to make it paid, just because of the infrastructure cost of the Android build. So yeah, iOS is just free. I mean, it's $100 per year, but basically it is free, and I can use your iCloud. So I can use your iCloud what is the name of your cloud account to get the thing saved on your own device and on your own database. So I don't need to pay for a database, but for Android you can't really do that unless you are doing the same thing with I think it is with Google Drive, but then with Google Drive you end up with stuff that is not necessarily on the user device, so you can't rely on it, and you can't like ask the user to add Google Drive to their device just in case. It makes absolutely no sense. So it is a bit of a pain in the ass. So in order to make it work, I would need to have like a bit of a database things that would work, that I would pay, and therefore that would be within the VPS somewhere that I can host. And this is not something that I can do because that would cost me some money every month, and I would require people to pay on a weekly basis, monthly basis for the app. So that's the issue. I'm more or less better in French accented words because I don't need to speak properly, and therefore the speech impediment is fine. But yeah, no, basically because CloudKit is free. Um, because WeatherKit is free, because everything on iOS is free. Kinda. As API, you end up with stuff that is so much cheaper, specifically when you are not like at 10 million, 5 million active monthly user or monthly active users. So like this one is the only thing that it is using is if you pay, you get unlimited lives and you can sync to iCloud, which is not something that I should do. This is kind of illegal based on Apple guidelines, but they let it go through. So I guess they're okay with it. Uh, so yeah, if you pay, you get access to iCloud, which is free basically. But yeah, other than that, everything else is stored on your device and you don't have anything to care about. And then on this one, everything is like everything is on your device, everything is on the iCloud container. The weather is coming from WeatherKit, so it's free and accessible. The journal can be synced with the Apple Journal app if you wanted to. So free stuff all the way. And the only thing that cost me money is this section. That thing is costing me a lot of time and money to figure out which is what and where things are. But goddamn. So yeah, that is the thing. Yes, it was a French stroke, which is really bad. It shouldn't happen. You shouldn't have a French stroke, but I mean, sometimes it happens. We lose viewers every time it happens. People are against the French. I, I get it. I get it. So yeah, other than that, the Android version could happen if I'm getting the entirety of the pipeline as cheap as possible. But it will basically means that the app on Android would be a subscription-based system that would probably be like a yearly payment because I don't want to make you pay on a monthly basis. But yeah, wouldn't really have any other options just to pay for the storage and the database. I would need to have something that would make me at least $25 a month, which I know is not a lot, but in order to cover that, I need at least some people to pay. And based on the fact that right now we don't have a lot of people, I don't know. Not now. Um, not not now. Not now whatsoever. Like right this instant. They removed the analytics. God damn. Oh, they moved the analytics here. That's interesting. That's new. That's new. Yeah, based on the fact that this thing, if I go into, oh, can I do that? I can't do that. That's so bad. Because I'm on the overview, I'm guessing. That's such a new interface. I'm scared. Yeah, in the presets on lifetime, I am making 230 bucks, which is pretty cool. But these ones are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 people that have paid me in total will never pay again because it's a one-time payment. And the only reason for that is because Apple is free. So they paid for the Apple yearly payment. Good news. And then that's it. And then they have the app forever and we're good. But if I need to pay a monthly recurring fee for like the database, for the processing of the images, for anything else, then this thing is going to need to be converted into a subscription model. And I don't like it, but I will not have a choice. And as far as right now, the Android version is not going to be an option to have like a one-time payment. So yeah, sad thing. Interesting that the analytics are now here. But yeah. That's new. That's a new data. I lost some paying users, goddamn. And I'm losing so many people. Holy shit. That's good. That's good data. Same thing. Yeah. If I do, basically the thing is, if I have for that shift in between the Android and the iOS version, if I create Perfume on Android at some point, which I hope I can, but for now I don't have enough funds to be doing that. I will basically move most of the database and the system that are currently on iOS to the Android version so that everyone is in the same pool of data and I don't have like two databases to maintain, which makes a lot of sense. But then again, one of the reasons why I prefer working on iOS is this. This is can lifetime on iOS, meaning that on since November 2024 to today, I have made 480 bucks. On the Android version, so far, we have been making, I don't know if you will be able to see that, but so far, we've made, yeah, you can't really see that. The three, the three at the top are the paying users. So we've made 24 bucks in the same amount of time. All the other ones are just test transactions. So That is one of the reasons why we don't build for Android around here. It's just like Android people don't buy apps and don't really buy the subscriptions. And then um, there's also like way less users. We are reaching currently in terms of acquisitions, and I'm guessing like the overviews and so on, but whatever. In terms of my current active users, I think we are reaching somewhere along the line of 4,000 downloads in total. On Android, we are reaching somewhere along the line of 500, I think, with 160 active devices. So, yeah, not the greatest. Uh, so it's fine. It's fine. But that is the reasoning behind the why we don't have the Android version, which I think we should at some point, but today we can't. So yeah, one day, it will work. One day it will work. Um, Nonetheless, I feel like this is pretty good. I feel like this is pretty good. Small, as I said to Phil's, small adjustments could or will benefit our overall setup. That's for sure. There are stuff that needs to happen. Um, I feel like having files shared would be good, and also providing the ability to get images and videos and medias within the messages. That would make sense as well. But yeah, for now. For now, that makes sense. For now, that makes sense. Why do we have notifications? Why do we have so many? So many! 32,000 views makes no sense for this. I'm not gonna lie. This makes no sense. Also, I have a question for you, Props, because now I'm seeing this. Why is this called scrapbook? Why do I have the name of the style that I'm currently looking at in the tab with the name of the website? The issue is not like it's good to have the name of the thing that you are currently on, but I feel like no one will know what styles mean in chat style. So if you just had chat style, that could work, but or the other way around. Yeah, but do you get the God damn it. Do you get No Mercy Dash? You lie. You lie. See, library makes sense. Library makes sense. Home would make sense. Music would make sense, but that's not the case. You have an artist because you are an artist, but that makes no sense to most people. But that's interesting. Which, I mean, I didn't address the title of today's stream, which is basically what I should have done. Oh, you mean if I go there, I have yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense, yes. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that. I need to explain what the title of today's stream means, but before that I need to pee, so give me a sec, and Yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I also right now, the fans on my computer are freaking out since I opened this. So I'm guessing this is not good in terms of um, processing power. Anyways, so today's stream is officially titled "It Works, but Not on My Machine," which is a bit of a
Anomaly
weird
Onshin is
thing.
now following.
I'm guessing Chen or Alien Chen. I don't know. Hannah, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. So it it works, but not on my machine, and this is because of a new platform called Zo Computer. And Zo Computer is a thing where you can run AI in the cloud on your own non-computer computer with automation, and it runs all the times and so on. And because I'm not paying, obviously, I'm getting the slowest of them bitches. But the good thing is that the AI models that are currently in use in there are available for free, so I can do stuff and build stuff for free, as in standalone web pages and so on. But it works there, and when I'm exporting them and downloading the zip on my machine and I'm trying to make it work, it doesn't. And so I'm trying to reverse engineer without really reverse engineering anything. And it just doesn't want to behave properly. Yeah, damn, this bitch is slow as fuck. Holy shit. So, you know, there's that. It's not gonna compute again. God damn. Just get me in. Cool. So this is the interface, which looks like everything else. And you can have chats, you can do stuff, you can poop on the background. It's a nice poop, whatever. But in your files and your computer, you can have everything that you are working on, your projects, your whatever, and it creates tabs that you can just open and navigate, like as if it was a computer. I get it. But in the spaces, I now have the thing that I wanted to do for the longest time, meaning that now I have a Twitter-like review. So I have the ability to go through all of my likes of the day and then see if I like them or not, and then save them on a JSON. I try to do that on a on an Airtable, but it didn't really work. So with that, I can go through, let's say I'm going through my automations and then I want to do the daily fetch and I just run that now. Um, just for the sake of presentation. It's just going to use the Minimax model to basically trigger an agent, go through the entire thing of my likes on Twitter based on the last one that I have seen or that I've seen, and then return a list of all the tweets that contains an image. So now I have 62 new likes. God damn, that's crazy. So I can go back on my space right here. And now I have my environment, which contains the tweets in question. And then I can say, is this something that was good? Like, do I want to talk about that in the newsletter? Not really. Do I want to talk about that in newsletter? Not really. And so I can use the arrow keys to just do things faster. And sometimes, if there is something that is good, I can just say yes. What is the reason? So this one is on device. Is the future? And then we can continue moving on to everything. When you have a video, because I know what I liked on Twitter, I know what I'm talking about. But these are very simple, very easy system for me to just go through and see what could be beneficial in the newsletter. So if this is working, it's gonna be pretty good. If it's not working as much as I want it to work, it's not gonna be pretty good. I want this to work locally, but every time I'm trying to make it work locally, the system doesn't really work with Twitter. For some reason, fetching the content just doesn't really like. I made it work at some point, but then I can't fetch the images and I don't get it because right now it is working. Everything is good. Everything is fine. And it should work, but it just doesn't. So yeah, that's the situation. So I'm just making sure that I have everything that I want to talk about in the newsletter, and then play with them, save them, unsave them, go back if I made a mistake. All of that is really, really cool. Very fast, very easy for me to just go through every system, everything that I liked, so that I can then show you and showcase why things are happening. And specifically, I just want to have like a top 10 on a weekly basis and a top 10 on a top 10 on a daily basis, top 10 on a weekly basis, and a top 20 on a monthly basis or top 30 on a monthly basis that goes into a newsletter or a Substack or something that you can then have access to. That's the plan. That is the plan. And props, this one was for you. This one is a for you thing. I think I named it props on the local branch, but yeah. So far, it is very much that easy. And that's good. For me, that's good. So, for props specifically, that's the thing in question. Based on your website, and I don't think you're still here. I think you're not lurking anymore. This thing is a very similar to what you have done for the navigation to the top of your website, based on how it's like curving and working with the edges. I don't know exactly how it's done, and this is Linux, so obviously there is a lot more potentials when it comes to the creativity, not the creativity, but like the controls of the pages and so on. But having the edges similar to your current website. Not necessarily a bad idea, to have like a bit of a reference. So, as, as a reference, if you want to take a look and deconstruct each of the frames, like I did, you can do that. But yeah, it's a very, very useful thing so that I can have all of my saved likes, currently 32, in the past 2 days. Uh, that's crazy. Um, and then I know I can go back. I saved them. And now I will not be in need of scrolling through Twitter at the beginning of the stream to figure out exactly what we need to talk about because I would have saved them. And then they're here, which is Stony for you specifically, based on the fact that you have caved. This is Japan, Max Mini. All the Mac Minis are just available right now for very cheap. Goddamn. Everyone's just selling. It's the same price. It is the same price as you. But the thing is, every single one of them are sold one. So that means that everyone in Japan that had a Mac Mini at some point decided like, oh yeah, cool, let me just sell that. That's gonna be good. This one specifically is yeah, AI engine. I don't know, I can't read these characters, but basically they are marketing it as the AI Mac Minis. So yeah, it looks more like the older Mac Minis, but it doesn't really matter. Nonetheless, interesting. So yeah, and that is working on here on Zoho computer with no issues. They are using the Bird CLI, which is the thing that I talked about 2 months ago, and you said please use the official thing, don't use unofficial keys to access stuff. So now I'm just using that through Zoho, so that it's fine. But when I'm using it locally, for some fucking reason, I can't fetch the thumbnails. So I'm still gonna use that, and because it's free for now, um, I'm fine with it. It's gonna be okay. It is going to be okay. But yeah, that's a very interesting thing, at least for me, to see that they have created a system of online computer that you can access whenever the fuck you want. And then you can run stuff, do AI stuff in the cloud without having to care about it too much. You can access it from your phone, from your computer, from whatever. I can text it as well. And because I'm using the free models, as in Kimite 2.5 and Minimax, it's free. So that might be a way for me to keep building shit, but I have so much doubt. I have so much doubt. Anyways, I need to send you somewhere. I don't know where I'm gonna send you. I don't know who is currently live. I'm guessing Cat is not live yet. I know that Nutty's live, but that's the usual. Jackie's live. Violet is live. Finwall's live. Finwall, it is. It's been a while. It's been a while. And we have a camera. I feel like Finwall, we usually don't see the camera. Usually. All right, cool. Cool. Sending you there. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you have a question about design or other things and I'm not live, you can join the Discord for that. That will be highly appreciated. If you have a big perfume collection, that would be good. And if you have a big list of link, that's a great place to put them. And at the endpoint, if you want to learn Japanese, the usual is right there. I, once again, have forgotten to change the number, so we are on stream 34. officially. The good thing is that my brain doesn't forget, so stream 34 on this one. Um, so yeah, the usual. Thank you for watching. I highly appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day, your night, your evening, your everything. Take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. Enjoy the raid. And I'll see you all on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. Remember that Friday is a review day, so if you have anything for me to take a look at, feel free to come back. On Friday, we can have a dedicated section of the stream for you, as always. So yeah, take care of yourself. I'll see you soon. Bye.